Welcome back, True Seeker. It is Sunday, May 15th, 2022. And of course, 4 years ago today was the Claydex simulation. If you don't know about Claydex, it's because your media doesn't do anything to inform you about what you really need to know about. Again, all these same companies, they're now profiting off the pandemic. They hosted Claydex, the pandemic simulation, May 15th, 2018, exactly 666 days before the pandemic was declared. And of course, that was 2 years to the day of Operation Warp Speed. But again, numbers, our government and numbers. Everyone should have noticed the same thing on September 11th, 2001, a national emergency on 911, where clearly numerology was the thing. Because if you know anything about numerology, you know that 11 is the master number. And what happened on the 11th day of September? Again, the buildings that look like an 11 in New York, the 11th state, came crumbling to the ground after Flight AA 11 led the charge. And of course, George H.W. Bush, who was the 11th director of the CIA, gave his speech 11 years earlier to the day about a new world order, a world freer of terrorism, where these people speak in opposites. Anyhow, because of that day, I started to notice there was a lot of number patterns in the news. And ever since then, we've been figuring out more by the day. And it is obvious. It is super obvious. We've made it undeniably clear the numerology language that the government works by every day for every last ritual, whether it's putting in a new, you know, what do they call the person there, the White House press secretary, or the latest mass shooting by the numbers, or the latest pandemic by the numbers. But again, every last ritual that these people do is based in numerology. And I have a book out there called Letters and Numbers. There's a chapter in that book that's a book within a book that's over 100 pages long, just the chapter alone, on federal propaganda that are reported as mass shootings blamed on patsies. And there's another chapter in that book about racism by the numbers. And again, you read those two chapters from Letters and Numbers, two books that you can either buy or you can download them for free. I've made them free to download so people can have the information. But if you read those two chapters, you'd say, wow, I see right through this Buffalo shooting. These are all the same numbers that have been written about many times. And again, we have this new governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, who's from Buffalo. She happens to be 63 years old right now. She was born August 27th, 1958. She's 63. The mayor of Buffalo, Byron Brown, he also happens to be 63 right now. And the neat thing about Buffalo and racism in 63 is right here in Gematria. Again, every single day, all the federal propaganda is put together in this numerology based code. If you just take the alphabetic order, A is 1 up to Z is 26, both Buffalo and racism equals 63. And again, these aren't isolated incidents. These are things that we've been writing about and documenting for years. The encoding of 63 in racism based rituals. And notice Buffalo, home of the Bills, just 2 days before the mass shooting, they announced that the opening game of the NFL season will be the Buffalo Bills versus the defending champion Los Angeles Rams. The ones who won right before Ukraine popped off. And of course, the head coach, his fiance is from Ukraine, and their colors are the exact same as Ukraine. And it was the 102nd NFL season, and the military conflict popped off 102 days after the superior general of the Jesuits' birthday. But anyway, Buffalo Bills equals 117. And from the mass shooting in Buffalo to the upcoming opening game of the NFL season between Buffalo and the LA Rams is 117 days. And the Bills are going to be wearing a patch on their uniform for this mass shooting. I can guarantee you that. We just saw the same thing with the Michigan Oxford shooting, synced up with the Michigan football season and the the attorney general for that state, who was a Michigan Wolverine. And sure enough, Michigan's next game, they're wearing the patch for the shooting, and they're wearing a number 42 patch, and then they're scoring 42 points in the game to win the big game. But again, the shooting came 117 days before the Bills-Rams game. And it also came on Rob Gronkowski's 33rd birthday. And again, he's from the Buffalo area, of course, NFL superstar. But it wasn't just Buffalo. There ended up being another shooting at a grocery store on the same day that didn't get as much traffic because only one person was reportedly killed. But it was at the Grand Central Market in Los Angeles. So we had two store shootings, one in Buffalo, one in LA, on the same day, 2 days after the Bills-Rams games announced, 117 days before the season opener between those two teams on Thursday, September 8th. And notice, Grand Central was the name of the market that happened in Los Angeles. Grand Central 117. Of course, we were just down in Oklahoma City educating about the significance of this number 117 and how it connects to the Central Intelligence Agency, and why it was no accident that the federal building blew up exactly 117 weeks after Clinton became president. And it was connected to the white supremacist camp in Arkansas when, of course, Bill Clinton was the 42nd governor in Arkansas before he became the 42nd president. But here, if you need to see the Bills-Rams game, Bills-Rams, September 8th, 2022, season opener, Thursday Night Football. I thought just typing it in. Oh, there it is. I just have to scroll down a little bit further. Here it is right here, September 8th, 2022. This is going to open the season. The old Virgin Mary's birthday. It's also my mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. But notice from yesterday, May 14th, and notice the shooter, he had the 14 tattooed on his gun, right, or written on his gun, just like in Christchurch, New Zealand, a mass shooting that we predicted well before it happened. That was the same day all my books were banned online. We got big views back then. Back then, there wasn't quite as much censorship as there is now. But notice, again, the 14 words is what that represents. That's like a white supremacist thing, the 14 words. And in this case, the shooting came on the 14th of the month. But in Christchurch, New Zealand, where the white supremacist shot the two mosques up, he had the 14 on his gun. And yesterday's shooting, the shooter had the 14 on the gun and again the 14th for the 14 words. But notice, May 14th to September 8th, 2022, 117 days, right? 117 days. And this is the same thing I've educated about all these years. Again, that first book, Letters and Numbers, that's nearly an 800-page book, talks about how mass shootings are contrived to undermine rights and agendas in the American way of life, to create fear in people's minds, to justify the overwhelming police and military and surveillance presence that we have in this nation. Again, there's a reason they do all this stuff. It's how they build the military police surveillance state. It's how they take away rights and liberties. And then again, just like the Romans did, they distract you with the circus. But in this case, in America, they sync up all the news and the sports. And we've been educating about the same things for years. Sports games are an energy harvest. News is an energy harvest, and it's all synced up. It's how the matrix is connected. And again, just wait till that game comes and the Bills have the patch on their uniform for the shooting. They've done this so many times before. They did it up here in Seattle. I could tell you all about it. Seattle, we had the Marysville Pilchuck High School shooting, which was in my own backyard at the time. I'm up here in Washington State. I went to the grounds of the school and tried to get questions answered. And next thing I knew, my door was kicked in and my house was ransacked and destroyed. And, I'd been putting out this content on the internet for, a little more than a year at the time. And it was obvious to me. I'd never had my house ransacked and destroyed before, but it was pretty obvious what happened. They didn't like me poking around in my own backyard trying to figure out what really happened there at that Marysville Pilchuck High School shooting where all they reported on was how much the shooter loved the number 33. And again, 33 is encoded all over this shooting again. This time it comes 33 weeks after the mayor's birthday. Talk more about that in a minute. But it's always the same numbers. It's always the same numbers. And the reason I titled this video is, are we going to stop this federal agenda or not? Because, I'm sick of it, you guys. I've been doing this every single day for 9 years, pointing out the exact same things every day, the undeniable patterns. And it just seems like people just don't care enough. There are people in this community that care a lot and help out. But where is everybody else at? Is there only 5,000 people in the world that care about this? Is that all that cares? 5,000 in a nation of 300 and some million where every last person in the nation should know about this in the information age? But here, let's just go through all of this in real time again. Notice Kathy Hochul, born August 27th, 58. She became mayor right before, or not mayor, excuse me, governor. She became governor right before her birthday, August 24th, 2021. Remember, Cuomo stepped down. It was time to retire. Another distraction. The governor who was the face of the pandemic, number 56. But notice, from the day that she became governor, August 24th, 2021, check this out. From the day that she became governor to the shooting is 263 days later, or her 264th day of being governor. And let's go over why both matter. The name of the store, I like how the store has a cube in their logo too. The cube is super important to Judaism. Keep in mind this shooting happened on Israel's birthday. And again, the Jews in the Bible were black. The people we call Jewish are not black for the most part. They're saying this has to do with white supremacy. White Jesus doesn't make any sense because his physical description in the Bible is not that of a white man. So again, don't overlook these elements. The people we now call Jews don't match the physical description of the Jews from the Bible, which were known as Hebrews then. And Jesus being white, I mean, to me, this looks like it's part of some white supremacist agenda. So they're giving you a white supremacist shooting on Israel's birthday. And I should say this is, well, here, we'll come back to that. But here, Tops, here, we'll bring all this together. There's just so many things to say. Tops friendly markets. Just notice the gematria of it. Or hold on. It's when you got to run the alphabetic order in reverse. So again, gematria is the alphabetic order forwards and backwards with the rules of numerology. Notice how Tops friendly markets, the store that got shot up, is 263 days after Hochul's becoming governor, right? And with regards to her, again, it was 263 days after she became governor, or you could say her 264th day of being governor. And notice her full name is 264, right? And in all four base ciphers, just to go through it again, the last shooting in New York was April 12th, and it had everything to do with race. We were pointing this out. It was a shooting in a subway station on the anniversary of the start of the American Civil War, and they blamed it on a black man after New York just got a black mayor for the second time ever. In case you didn't know, New York's first black mayor was the 106th. They do a lot of rituals with that number in black history. Black's 106. But anyway, Kathy Hochul, the latest shooting on her 264th day of her age. The first shooting in the subway was on the 102nd day of the year, April 12th, the anniversary of the Civil War. The Civil War, the Underground Railroad, slavery, Harriet Tubman. Think about it. A subway shooting, Underground Railroad, riddles, race, history, right? After George Floyd. By the way, George Perry Floyd, he's got that 102 in his name as well. Again, they just make history repeat itself. George Perry Floyd has the 201 and the 102, huge numbers with the Jesuits. All those numbers up on the screen are huge with the Jesuits. But remember, the word slavery is 102. The N-word is 102. After the Ahmaud Arbery shooting, another federal psyop, synced up with the Braves winning the World Series, Georgia dominating sports, college football, Matt Stafford. Anyway, the N-word 102, after the Ahmaud Arbery killing, 102 days after his supposed killing, the detail came out that the videotape, the recording of his killing, picked up that his killer called him the N-word. They saved that detail for 102 days later, right? And again, just think about it. So the first shooting had to do with race and history. The second shooting, which is clearly synced up, has to do with race and history. But here, again, let's go through all this. Kathy Hochul, the latest shooting on her 264th day of being governor. The first shooting on the 102nd day of the year. Her name in reverse is 330, like 33. Remember in the subway shooting, they said 33 shots fired. It came exactly 33 weeks after she became governor. And I pointed out this same pattern forever. You know, when you write out race war in the most pure ciphers, 33. In that same cipher, police is 33. Masonry's 33. Secrecy's 33. Order's 33. Federal's 33. The FF word that you can't say on YouTube because they'll take down your video. They don't like that one. The FF word is 33. And by the way, that terminology comes from pirates, and pirate is also another 33 word. And again, the Knights Templar became pirates. And again, all of this stuff goes back to the church. The Catholic Church that's never had a black pope, who's responsible for the Templars, the Jesuits. The Jesuits are responsible for modern Freemasonry and the police, the Fraternal Order of Police. When you run the alphabetic order in reverse with numerology, New York's also 33. Okay? So, again, the latest shooting on Hochul's 264th day of her age, the last shooting in the subway station on the 102nd day of the year. From that shooting to the Tops Market shooting, that's 32 days later, like America's 32. Or if you count the span of days, it's a total of 33 days. And then it comes on Gronkowski's 33rd birthday, who again is this NFL star who's from the Buffalo area. And by the way, his name, Robert, is also 33, Rob Gronkowski. But with regards to the 330, we just covered that. The only number we haven't hit is 105. And this latest shooting came 105 days before Kathy Hochul's upcoming birthday later this year. So clearly, every number in her name in the base ciphers synced with the ritual. And this is what we see again and again. You know, when we started in 2013, we didn't know reverse gematria. So we wouldn't have seen the reverse part. But we would have seen, again, if you guys haven't been here from the beginning, when I first started, I only knew these two ciphers. At the end of 2016, I started doing this in the middle of 2013. At the end of 2016, we realized we needed to run the alphabetic order in reverse and do the same thing. It was the other half of the code. And again, had we not been doing it for 3.5 years up to that, we probably would have never figured that out. But again, these rituals are so perfect. I've always shown the same thing. It's these simple ciphers. It's syncing up the politicians in the state. It's looking at the key dates and how it reflects with history. And this is going on every day in sports and news. You know, for all of you guys who are into sports, you know, the big star in Dallas right now is number 77. You remember a few years back when there was a mass shooting in Dallas on 7/7? Supposedly a guy was taking out police officers, and then he ran and hid in a parking garage, and they supposedly sent in some robotic thing, and then it blew him up with a bomb. That was the story on 7/7. That was before number 77 was the star in Dallas. But you might be aware of this. Today is number 77's 77th day of his age, and it's the first time in any city's history in the U.S. that there's two Game 7s for one city in the same day. The Dallas hockey team's playing Game 7 today, and the Dallas Mavericks are playing Game 7 today. So 2 7s on the 77th day, and number 77's age in a city where just before he got there, they had the mass shooting on 7/7. And, you know, it wasn't that they said that was one of the worst police tragedies ever. Notice how police officer 77 and police department 77. And notice how United States is also 77, and so is secret society. And most police officers are in Freemasonry. They're part of the Fraternal Order of Police. They're part of a secret society. Anyway, you need to look at all these elements because this is what's going on. People that are in secret societies, that are in government positions, that are participating in rituals, that are ultimately putting money in their probably more money in their pocket, while taking away our rights and liberties and making us live in fear. But again, we have to see how the whole system works and how this is being pulled off and maintained. And for all of you guys who say, well, what about the people who, you know, why isn't anyone spilling the beans on this? Well, again, people have spilled the beans on things, and people have just written them off as crazy, or, you know, they didn't take them seriously, or they said, who's the police officer in LA years ago? I forget his name right now. I have his book somewhere back on my bookshelf, but he came out as a police officer and said, we're distributing crack cocaine all over LA. And then nobody took him seriously, you know. But Manly P. Hall, who I learned about, I learned all this knowledge from in the Secret Teachings All Ages. The opening page of the book says that this knowledge, this is where I learned about this from, has been hijacked by politicians and religious types and people who want to control others. So, again, you guys, just as a reminder, we will be going to New York for September 11th. might have to leave a little bit early and go up more to the northern part of the state. We might have to stop by Buffalo first. The game's gonna be hold on, let me actually double check that. I think the game is in LA. Be nice if it was in Buffalo. Yeah, it's at LA, but it might still be worth it to go through the town of Buffalo on the way to New York City, and, I'm sure they'll be into it the day of the football game. Show them how their supermarket shooting was, synced up with, their rigged football season. We can revisit what happened last year in the Chiefs-Bills game, or a million other examples, or what happened with Josh Allen's grandma, or so many other things. Again, you learn knowledge, you just see through every last ritual, from the sacrifice of Josh Allen's grandma to the rigging of every last game to what else? Everything else, pretty much everything that comes through the television and the news media and the world of rig sports, it's all encoded every single day. By the way, happy birthday to Don Nelson, who coached the Mavericks and the Warriors. Today's his 82nd birthday. Like there's 82 games in the season, and again, it's all a big game. It's all a big joke. Games 82. You want to know why there's 82 games in pro hockey and the NBA? Because games, that's the game gematria. So. But okay, here, let's make sure we're hitting all the points on this. So again, we talked about Kathy Hochul being 63 and the mayor being 63. Here, I want to show you something about the mayor's name. Again, we talked about how Buffalo Bills is 117, like Central Intelligence Agency. And again, who do you think runs who do you think, honestly, who do you think is behind all the scripts and making sure everything's lined up with the sports and the news? We know the Jesuits run the CIA and the sports league. So, I mean, ultimately, these are all the same thing. But the CIA is here to mind control the populace. Notice the mayor in Buffalo right now, Byron William Brown II. You see the 117 and the 243? Let me write out Central Intelligence Agency. Central Intelligence Agency. 243, 117. Remember, we were just educating about this with Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City happened 243 days after Bill Clinton's birthday and exactly 117 weeks after he took office. The way these numbers come together again and again. And, as we're talking about this, one of the breaking headlines today is that there's a shooting at a church. And what a day for a shooting in a church, 15/5, like Christianity's 155. You can't feel safe at a school. You can't feel safe at a grocery market. You can't feel safe at your own church. They got shootings at all of these things all the time now. Again, it's psychological programming. It's nonstop. They want to be in everybody's head. They want everyone to submit to their agenda. Give up your rights and liberty. Give up your Second Amendment. Give up your First Amendment. Hey, who needs a First Amendment? Big tech's not down with the First Amendment. Who needs a First Amendment? Big tech's looking out for you. They know what information is factual. Haven't you seen Snopes doing all the fact checking? I mean, again, you guys, they want a society where you can't think for yourself. You can't protect yourself. All you can do is just put on your slave muzzle, be Pfizer's guinea pig, and be a good citizen. You know what I mean? Or else your social credit score is going to get damaged. And again, for all of you guys who aren't lifting a finger to do about anything, for all you guys who shrug your shoulders, for all you guys who say, oh, it's too late, we can't do anything, there's not enough of us. Again, the reason you're wrong and should know you're wrong is look at me. Why do they have to continue to censor me? Why did they have to try and harass me the whole time when I just went down to Oklahoma City? So if we were already defeated, they wouldn't be worrying about censoring us. They wouldn't worry about having a police presence and a security force to keep us from, getting out the message in Oklahoma City. If we were already defeated, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. They are worried about people catching on, and that's why they work so hard to suppress people and to contain messages like this. And that's why more people need to work hard to help get the word out and overcome what they're doing. We should be able to do that since there's a lot more of us. The problem is they've instilled the idea in almost everyone's mind that they're just a single individual. They don't have any power. There's nothing they can do. How many of you guys are going around with the same thought in your head, not really helping out with anything, maybe just taking in the information yourself, but that's all you're doing. You're not willing to do anything else. Again, you got to change. You got to change that outlook. And here, coming back to this mayor, he does go by Byron Brown, right? Byron Brown. I want you to see something. You see how Byron Brown equals 56 in the most pure cipher? We know that number, right? That's the number all over all sorts of agendas. Coronavirus 56, COVID vaccine 56, Anthony Fauci 56, Society of Jesus 56. The Jesuits, it's their number. Their headquarters in Washington, D.C. 56. And again, the name of this market. The name of this market. Let's go back to the name of this market. Tops Friendly Markets. What's that? 263. And 263 is the 56th prime, right? And again, it was 263 days after Hochul's birthday, the 56th prime. And again, look at Society of Jesus. You see these numbers 191, 56, 187, 79. Let's look at what they're saying the name of the shooter is. Peyton S. Gendron, or Gendron, or however you pronounce it. Look at his name. 187, 191. He's also got the 70 in his names. 56 is 70 in base 8 counting. Tops has that 70 in it. One of the first headlines I saw yesterday was witness heard at least 70 shots fired. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm sure. At least 70 shots fired. And of course, Tops also has the 38. Remember where I was on the 38th day of this year? I was outside the Kroger where supposedly the mass shooting happened in Washington State, talking to the cop who was in all the headlines and having him admit that he hadn't even seen the shooting with his own eyes. He was going off what was sent to his cell phone. He was made to stay outside the store while the feds were inside the store. City police on the outside, feds on the inside. But again, that was on the 38th day of the year. And then the next day, they put out the detail that a 38-year-old killed a 38-year-old. A 38-year-old shooter killed a 38-year-old. And then hours later in the day, they changed it to a 39-year-old shot a 38-year-old. On the 39th day of the year, it changed. And again, it's a federal type of thing. And who knows, maybe that was a clue that the next one would be at the Tops in New York, which we usually call the 39th state. But anyway, coming back to this, he's got the Society of Jesus numbers in his name, 18791. And today, May 15th, what's going on today? Look at all the Gematria Society of Jesus. You see the 79? Let me write out this. Let me write out the Who equals 79. Let me write out Xavier equals 79. Let me write out murder equals 79. Remember, in 1979, the Who had a concert in Cincinnati where Xavier University is. And there was a tragedy there. And then Travis Scott's concert tragedy was compared to that. And then Cincinnati made it to the Super Bowl right after. And then right as Cincinnati made it to the Super Bowl, it was announced that the Who would play in Cincinnati for the first time since 79 today, May 15th. And the thing about that is, from the Travis Scott concert tragedy, by the way, Travis Scott is performing a concert for the first time today since the November 5th tragedy. But from November 5th, here, let's just punch this in so you can see it. From November 5th to today, November 5th, 2021 to today, May 15th, is 191 days later, right? 191 days. So the Travis Scott tragedy happened November 5th, the day leaving 56 days left in the year. And then 191 days after the tragedy, he's going to be on the stage, and so are the Who had their tragedy in 79. And you know how old Xavier University is right now? It's 191 years old. And you know what day the Who tragedy happened? It happened on the anniversary of Xavier's death. The same man that the Jesuit University is named after. Here, Francis Xavier, he died in history on December 3rd, 1552. Date of the Who concert tragedy. December 3rd, 1979. I mean, there can't be any question who's behind all these rituals. The same Jesuit numbers are coded up and down every single one. The dates always check out with the dates that are important to them. And it just keeps happening. It's not like I've been here for 9 years hanging on one incident going, see, like I was just here for 9 years talking about one thing and I only had one proof and my whole theory was hung up on one thing that ever happened. That would be nothing. But I have like a million proofs and they build every single week talking about the same exact things. And again, besides just the numbers and the dates, it's a straight line through history. First of all, the Jesuits have been warned about for centuries. They've been kicked out of countless nations because they're known for trying to have too much political influence and control over society. Not to mention, they represent the Catholic Church, which is the reason this country was founded in the first place, because that's what people were trying to escape in Europe. Again, religion and government, they're trying to control people. What was the government of Europe once upon a time? It was the Catholic Church. That's why in the same cipher, the most pure cipher, Catholic, Holy See, Jesuitism in Europe all equal 35. And that's why Christmas Day is on 1225. The square root of 1225 is 35. Holy See, the things you control over. Holy See, like see with your eyes, with that just the alphabetic order, I is 35, like Genesis 3:5 about God's eyes. But anyway, it's just so obvious. And again, Israel, white supremacy, the Catholic Church, State of Israel equals 201 like the Jesuit order. This happened on Israel's birthday. They said the shooter's 18 years old and it's about race. First of all, if you've seen the video, it doesn't make any sense. Who's the first person he kills? The first person he shoots and kills is a white woman. If he's there as a white supremacist to kill black people, why would his first victim be a white person? Doesn't really check out, does it? Doesn't really make any sense. But by the way, the town he's from, Conklin, just for another 33. Conklin in the most pure cipher is 33. Again, when I say the most pure cipher, I'm talking about that blue cipher. And Conklin's interesting because it has all the exact same gematria as New York, just backwards. 78, 33, 111, 39. Look at New York. 111, 39, 78, 33. But again, just another encoding of 33. And I mean, it's just such a broken it's not broken, it's just such a repetitive pattern. 33 in the mass shootings. They got to do it. They got to do it. And yeah, I probably haven't said it already in this video, but again, it's in the beginning of. By the way, Brian out there, you don't need to send 10 emails every Sunday to get on the show. One email is sufficient, not 10 emails every Sunday, my man Brian. One email, not 10 every Sunday. But anyway, the reason they do this is because of Kabbalah. Kabbalah. Jewish mysticism. Kabbalah says God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. At least that's what it says in its book of formation. This is how they play God every single day. And yeah, I mean, it just couldn't be any more obvious. Just the same patterns over and over. And again, just imagine had everybody been taking this work seriously since I started putting out in 2013. Don't you think the federal government would have been overthrown a long time ago? Don't you think people would have rose up? They would have said enough's enough a long time ago, way before we got this far down the road, before all the moms and pop stores were closed with the biggest lie there ever was, the most obvious lie, the most transparent lie that somehow some people still can't even see through. It's how pathetic they are. But again, I mean, every single thing I've taught since 2013 has been dead on. The sports are rigged, undeniably. The news is rigged, undeniably. The politicians are not elected. They're selected because they're in the club and they're put there like the right carved out chess piece on the right chessboard where all the rituals are planned to line up around them. Because again, how else could it be? How else could things line up perfectly with Byron Brown and Kathy Hochul as they do here, as they've done a million times all across the nation? It shows that these people are chosen. These people are chosen and put there for the perfect ritual. Again, Byron Brown, born September 24th, from his birthday to the shooting. Notice. It's 33 weeks and a day, right? 33 weeks and a day after the mayor's birthday, as they try to ignite the race war in New York. Same stuff over and over. Think about the most obvious race war being ignited on 3-3. Rodney King on March 3rd, 3-3 by the LAPD, right? LAPD 33. Trayvon Martin buried on 3-3. The Michael Brown shooting. The very first, for those of you guys who don't know, the very first video about the race war that I put out was a prediction. I said when they released the killer's name for Michael Brown, his name's going to equal 33, just like police. And, Michael's 33, that the killer was Darren Brown. Not Darren Brown, Darren Wilson. Darren, 33. His name is also 60 and 102, just like police. Darren, 60, 33, 102, police. 60, 33, 102. In the New York subway shooting on the 102nd day of the year, they said 33 shots fired, and they said they caught the shooter 30 hours later. With Mayor Adams, who comes from the police. And again, coincidentally, all the cameras were out. Like, what are the odds of that? All the cameras were out in the subway, you know? Let's see. What else can we say? Um, Here, I'll just scroll through some of these posts. Again, the deadly church shooting on May 15th when Christianity's 155, 15/5. They're saying the church is on El Toro Road. Oh, hold on. I should mention that about yesterday's shooting. They said the shooting yesterday was on Jefferson Street. I forget what it was. There was something about Private the Street, right? Is that what street it was on yesterday? Jefferson Street? Maybe that's what it was. The 137 33rd Prime. But this shooting today at the church, El Toro Road, 107 44 109. Look at shooting. Shooting. 107 44 109. Remember, we were just talking about this with Menace to Society. The main character, the first time he kills somebody in a shooting, they have to have a big 107 up on the wall as the scene happens. And again, that movie's all full of numbers, like all Hollywood movies are all full of numbers. That's why it's so undeniable, this code. I mean, if you just open up your eyes and just pay attention to any movie, any TV show, every last one of them is encoded. Literally every last one of them is encoded. Maybe some movie that they threw up on Netflix that's like, that's not by somebody in the club, a movie that almost nobody's going to see. Maybe that one's not, but pretty much every big budget film, not even big budget. I mean, a lot of even the trash movies that they do put on Netflix are coded out too, but pretty much every, it's hard for me. I'll just put it this way. In the time I've been aware of this for 9 years, it's hard for me to not pause the movie and look over at Sweet Lady and go, come on. Look at what they're doing right here, and look at the minute we're in the movies they're showing this. It's just the same stuff over and over. In Menace to Society, Georgetown, the first Jesuit university, its logo comes on the screen 56 minutes and change into the film. And where Society of Jesus is 56, if you're 56 minutes and change into the film, that means you're in the 57th minute of the film. A lot of people will struggle with that because they'll be like, how's that? Think about when the movie starts. 0 seconds to the first minute, that's the first minute of the film. When you hit the 1 minute mark, then you start the second minute of the film. But the reason I'm saying this is 56 minutes and change in the film being the 57th minute. Georgetown's 57. And again, it was established in 1789, the year George Washington turned 57, and it's named after him. And you see how Georgetown's also 42, just like Jesuits 42, Freemasons 42. Jesuits made modern Freemasonry, DC, the land of the Jesuits, the Masons, the secret societies who are into this. It is amazing, too, just how they waste 13 years of our life in slave school. Pretty much everybody who comes out of the public education system hates learning, never really learns anything else the rest of their life, becomes a cog in a wheel for a society that just needs you to be able to hit a button on a cash register and, buy and consume and pay taxes. But again, in our 13 years of slave school, had we learned this simple lesson along the way, we would have been light years ahead. And because we didn't learn it, you have people like my sister. My sister gave me, the last time I tried to talk to my sister really about this was in 2016. She couldn't understand the whole Prince thing, how we predicted Prince's death, which we did, as we predicted so many things. But I Would Die For You, his song where he spelled it number 4, letter U. I was trying to explain the story. I said, number 4, letter U. U is the 21st letter. He's dead 421. And I said, the thing is, Jen, I've been talking about why he's going to die because Vanity died the day of the 58th Grammys and Purple Rain's 58. It's his girlfriend from the time of Purple Rain. And she's like, do you know how crazy you sound right now? I was like, okay. I was like, yeah. I mean, sadly, a lot of people are as dense as my sister didn't used to always be so dense. She became dense when she moved into the richest neighborhood in Portland, Oregon. And sometimes I wonder, like my sister literally lives across the street from the general manager of the Portland Trailblazers. Sometimes I wonder, it's like, did she get like initiated into these clubs? Is it like she just has to play dumb on all this now? What's going on? But and anyway, church shooting on the perfect street on the perfect day to impact all the Christians who are susceptible to the news. Again, Don Nelson, who used to coach the Warriors and the Mavericks, it's his birthday today. Rob Gronkowski, his birthday yesterday, he turned 33. Amherst is about 15 minutes from Buffalo. And again, all synced up with the NFL ritual, these Manchurians. Again, them saying an 18-year-old shooter, and out of the 13 people he shot, they're saying 11 were black. Okay. Again, in the most pure cipher, race is 18. If you've read my first book, Letters and Numbers, the 18th chapter is about racism by the numbers. And I explain why I made it the 18th chapter, because so often this number is coded into these rituals. Jerry Judy, the other day, just got racially shamed 18 days after his birthday on the 59 date numerology. And I, 3 days before that on 5/9, I was talking about, how they can't let a 59 date go past without shaming a black athlete who's normally in the NFL, but slave, Negro, blues, Rasta, all 59, Motown in 59, Black History Month on the 59th day of the year, or it ends on the 59th day of the year. But again, just the same stuff over and over and over. And, yeah, so you got an 18-year-old shooter, again, and like we said before, while the mayor and the governor are 63, and the governor's from Buffalo, where Buffalo's 63 and racism is 63. And it wasn't overnight that I figured out all this stuff. It's just documenting. When you do this for 9 years straight, like I have, and if for any of you guys who think that's an exaggeration, it's not. Been doing this every single day, and just documenting, saying, man, look how this keeps coming up. Look how they keep putting this number in the story. Look how they keep putting this number in this type of story. Look how they keep putting this number in this type of story. It's like it's a magic spell, right? Spelling, to cast this magic spell, you got to do this. So when we have the racism magic spell, we need a 63, an 18, a 42, a 59, possibly both. Hey, sprinkle in a little 102. Again, you'll just see these same collection of numbers over and over in the racism things. A shooting, again, it's like any of these numbers will work, but so often you'll see that they'll use multiple. It'll be, oh, wow, they coded 107, 44, and 37 in this one. Oh, they coded 107. And that's what we've been saying for years on Saturday. This latest shooting was on a Saturday as well. Well, they got one on Saturday and Sunday. But it seems like for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been a shooting reported in the news. Sometimes it gets a lot of attention, sometimes not. But every single year on a Saturday. And you might remember maybe it was 2 years back. Lose track of time. It was a year or two ago, maybe. The Washington Nationals, they had a shooting at their ballpark. It was like 107 days after the baseball season began on a Saturday. Washington Nationals 107, shooting 107, Saturday 107. Again, it's just clockwork. It's clockwork. Again, and it's just like, even if you didn't know the numbers, you'd be like, that's weird. They have the Who performing in Cincinnati for the first time since their tragedy. See, that's the thing. Even before, this is the way I would have saw it a long time ago. Before I knew Gematria, I was like, come on, that seems like a ritual. Travis Scott's performing his first concert on the same day that the Who are performing in Cincinnati, who haven't been there since the concert tragedy. When they compared the Travis Scott concert to the Who's thing in Cincinnati. I mean, the news media did that for you. And now they're both going to perform on the same day. And that's why I get annoyed when people are like, I don't understand what the point of knowing this is, when I'm explaining how it's the Jesuits, this is the code they work by, how you can see through their operations. It's like, okay, so you don't get the point of understanding who's behind these things, for what purpose they work. You don't right there is a huge benefit. People are always saying, who's doing this? Who are they? We don't ask that question around here. We know who they are. It's obvious as everything. The same group that created in the 16th century the Jesuits, who since then we've had the alphabet, the English alphabet, the way we know it. And think about that too in your slave school. Why was it so important to know an alphabetic order? Why was it so important to know that A was the first letter and B was the second? Why did we learn the alphabet song? Why should it matter what order the letters go in? Have you thought about that? Why should it matter what order the letters are in? Shouldn't all that matter be that you know each letter and each sound? Why do you have to learn it in the order of A, B, C, D, E? Why? Again, that's why really everything about this is self-explanatory if you just have a little bit of critical thinking skills. Because that is right. They did put the letters in an order. They made sure we knew the alphabetic order. I forgot to say something earlier. You see how in the most pure cipher, white supremacist is 74? You see that? How old did Israel turn the day of the shooting? It turned 74. Again, in the Bible, the Jews are black. But in this world, Jesus, who's also not white and who comes from Judea, you know, isn't it just so obvious? And remember, Jesus, his new name in the Jesuit world, where there's no black popes, how can there be any black Catholics? Like, anyway, Jesus, cross, Messiah, gospel, parables. They're all 74. Occult, Masonic, Jewish, killing. They're all 74. White supremacists, 74. Here, this guy's calling in a lot because he lives near Buffalo. He's got something to share about the shooting, I'm sure. I'll take his call. What's up, man?
Yo, the shooting in Buffalo was 74 days until the FBI's birthday for another 74.
Good one, because of course the feds were on the scene. So okay, that makes some sense.
And the shooter's apparently from real close to where I live. So
okay.
And what else was there? I saw you talking about the 74, and I knew that it was because I measured. Because Federal Bureau of Investigation is 133, just like government. And yesterday was 133 days until the mayor's birthday.
Yeah, I saw that. His upcoming birthday.
Yep. Or the 134 also makes sense because it was the 134th day of the year, and it was the span of 134 days till his birthday.
Okay. So you measured to July 26?
Yep. And that is, what did I just say?
74 days.
133 days.
No, that's for the governor.
74 days. Yeah. 74 days until the FBI's birthday.
So, okay, so it's 73 days or a span of 74. So 74 days is the span.
Right. And the 73 kind of makes sense too, right? Because sacrifice is 73. But yeah, I had to get that in there because there's 74. And, it was 38 days until the shooter's birthday.
Oh, they put out his birthday, huh?
That?
I hadn't seen his birthday yet.
Yeah, his birthday is June 20th. Yep, another 38, just 38 days till his birthday. And doesn't the video, the footage, did you see the footage?
I did, yeah.
Doesn't it look like almost like a movie? And it's like when that close-up shot to the woman's head, like, wouldn't blood splatter all over the place?
Well, it would be nice. Maybe tonight's show we can, maybe Gary's out there. Gary probably doesn't want to talk about it, but I know we got at least one person in this community who's actually shot and killed people because he was in the military. So if Gary does come on, nobody judge him. He regrets it very much, but so
interesting. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. Like the 133, you can't tell me you have the 133 and you have the 38. Definitely look up his birthday. It's June 20th. You'll find out. It's June 20th.
Well, it's perfect that he's born on the 171st day of the year, the 18th triangular number, and then it happens while he's 18 in race. Again, I mean, if it is a real shooting, it's just like that show Utopia. In Utopia, which Amazon remade in the time of the pandemic. For anyone who has the Amazon movie streaming service, look up the movie or the show Utopia. There's an Amazon version and a British version. They both have the same thing in there. The Amazon's the remake of the British version, but it's about billionaires depopulating the world with a virus and a vaccine. But in the show, there's also another nice plot where they raise children to be mass shooters. It's like, wow, what kind of show is this?
Yeah, they're actually telling no lie. And as far as June 20th being the 171st day of the year, in the most simple cipher, you write out May 14th, 171.
So for the shooter, you did the span as well. So it's 37 days before his birthday. Like shooting is 37, or you could do the span and then it's 38. Like tops, death, murder, killing, RIP are all 38. So the 37 days matters and the 38 days. So.
Yep, just like the 133 and 134 matter. It's sick what they do. And on the anniversary or on this blood moon, like the flower blood moon, Like, give me a break, man. This shit is straight fucking sick. To me, this just proves, like, Satan definitely exists. So, like, without a doubt. And, like, humans might not be able to fight, like, beat Satan. So that's why I have to believe, like, there's something greater force that can defeat Satan. If, like, this gematria community can't ever do that. So.
Well, I mean, the problem is, like, if you just boil it down to good and evil, the problem is most people aren't doing any good. They're not helping out. They're not standing up to anything. They're just going along with evil. You know, after 9/11, an obvious lie. What did they think they were supposed to do as Americans? Go along with the lie and put a yellow ribbon on their sticker and say that they support the troops. So sending off 18-year-olds to fight an unnecessary war based in a lie, that's supporting the troops. Again, they participated in evil. If you put on a slave muzzle and became a guinea pig for Pfizer, you participated in evil. You participated in a lie, an obvious agenda. If you're someone that continues to say that everything's just a conspiracy theory that goes against the government's obvious agenda, that makes you part of the evil. You can't see the obvious truth and you go along with the lie and then ridicule the truth. I mean, that's the problem. Almost all of society is on the side of evil, and they don't recognize it, though. They think just going with the flow is what they're supposed to do. And that's why, you know, obviously right now there's not enough people, but all of the people who get it but don't do anything, like all the people who can't pledge $1 a month so we can get our funds up and make some big things happen, I mean, those people are essentially part of evil. I'd say anybody who has $1 to spare and could help out this work and hasn't, they're part of the evil that the world wants. What do you think the tyrants would want? They would want you to not pledge $1 and help build up funds to do something about this. And again, I mean, that's just it right there. Is just people aren't doing what they need to do. And I'm not saying the only thing to do is just pledge $1 to the work I'm getting out, but at the same time, I'd say to you, who has a better message and better research to prove what's going on than I do? And I don't think there is anyone in the world that there's an answer for that. I don't think anybody has a better track record, a better message, better research to prove what's going on. Do you think there is anyone out there that's doing anything even comparable?
No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because when I first started watching you in the beginning of 2019, I just studied, like, for a while. I was like, all right, I'm going to just listen to what he says, and now I'm going to see, like, I'm going to test this theory of what he has. And everything all the numbers you talked about back then, they're just, like, 38 in death and just the prime number relationships. They're going by the numbers. It's undeniable that it has to do with the numbers. There's no way that this would all just line up so perfectly.
Every single day. Literally every single day I'm here showing how the news lines up perfectly every single day. So it has to be a coincidence every day, you know? And it's not, obviously.
Exactly. But keep up the great work, and I just had to bring in that observation.
All right. Well, I appreciate the observations. Good thoughts as always. All right. Take care.
Yep. Peace.
See you. If the Matrix is out there, I saw his comment that he said he was thinking about going to that he was thinking about going to the store. If you went to the store yesterday, the Matrix, I wouldn't mind if you called in and told me about it. But let me just make sure I said everything that I wanted to say here. Let's see. Again, if you guys got here late, Grand Central equals 117 like Buffalo Bills. And the same day the Buffalo shooting, a shooting at a LA supermarket, Grand Central. The two teams that opened the NFL season, which was announced 2 days before the shooting. And then 117 days to that season opener where both shootings code out. I mean, somebody pointed out that the colors of these teams kind of remind of Russia, Ukraine. The Bills have the red, white, and blue like Russia. Also like the USA. Again, I've been telling you guys from the very beginning that it's obvious that the Russia and the United States are both controlled by the same cabal, the same Jesuit Masonic New World Order cabal. But it's probably not an accident. Same color schemes. Again, Sean McVay's fiance is Ukrainian. Again, going to be the Bills' 63rd season, going with 63-year-old Kathy Hochul and the 63-year-old mayor there in Buffalo, where Buffalo equals 63 like racism. Again, Britney Spears, just another death ritual. It was reported yesterday that she had a miscarriage 163 days after her birthday. That's the 38th prime. Death, murder, killing, RIP 38. a baby insider's dead while the whole nation's focused on abortion by the numbers. I mean, how many years have I been teaching about abortion in 122? Again, I've been teaching the same stuff over and over. And then in an election year on the 122nd day of the year, there's a leak. Supposedly a Politico leaked the abortion memo of Samuel Alito on the 122nd day of the year. And again, they say because of Amy Coney Barrett, because she replaced the liberal Ginsburg, they now have the power to overturn it. And remember, the leak on the 122nd day of the year was 94 days after Amy Coney Barrett's 50th birthday. 94 days after her 50th birthday on the 122nd day of the year. In an election year. And just all the divisiveness. You got Antifa on the streets of Seattle and Portland saying that if you overturn Roe versus Wade, we're going to burn your cities down. They might be doing that in other cities too, but and again, Antifa is a federal operation. You know, March 2021, I got the police officer in Seattle to admit that the reason they don't do anything about Antifa is because the city council tells them to stand down to Antifa. So they have a you know, the police have a special order to allow Antifa to terrorize these cities. What's up, Joey?
Hey, really quick, I'm listening to the show. One more thing about Don Nelson. Dude, he coached the Milwaukee Bucks, and he played for the Celtics. They both played today as well.
Well, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I didn't say it in the video, but it's in the post and what I put out like on Patreon. Yeah, he played for the Celtics. He won 5 championships with the Celtics, who won today, and then he coached the Bucks. Exactly. And so Don Nelson's got 3 of his teams going today.
Yeah, actually 4. Oh, no, I forgot. No, Phoenix. Did they have... Maybe his son worked in the Phoenix Suns organization. I think his son did.
Well, that's possible. That's possible.
Yeah, he has a son by the same name. I think it's like 2 N's or something. I'm almost sure he worked for Phoenix.
Yeah. So Dallas, who was an underdog today, blows out the Suns in a perfect ritual. Again, it's Luka's 77th day of his age, number 77, and the first time ever that one city in the U.S. had 2 Game 7s in the same day. And again, think about how that is. That shows you how scripted it all is, from the NHL to the NBA. And Don Nelson coached the Mavericks and the Warriors, who are now going to be the Western Conference Finals. And today's his birthday, his 82nd birthday, where again, game equals 82. So does pro basketball. And it's an 82-game season. These guys are born for it. So.
But Zach, it's all, I'm telling you, they do it with, of course, with the numbers, but they're also doing it with the colors. Like the Chicago sky. They're the
oh, sure.
21
yeah, no doubt about it. So it's going
to be the Golden State Warriors are going to win the title, and I don't know, are the St. Louis Blues still in the NHL playoffs?
I haven't been following NHL at all, so I just saw the thing about first time ever 2 Game 7s today.
Yeah, but watch, the Warriors are blue and yellow like the Rams, like the Chicago Sky. They won the championship, and then you have the St. Louis Blues they're the same colors as the Ukrainian flag, whatever Snoop Dogg was wearing in the Super Bowl. That same outfit, same colors.
Sure. Yeah, but Don Nelson, his last 2 teams he coached now become the Western Conference Finals on his birthday. I mean, that's super easy to understand. So.
It's so easy. I didn't even know this. My daughter had a tournament in Arizona for softball. We've been driving home for 6 hours. I thought the game was tonight. So Dallas won at Phoenix? Holy cow.
They won by 33 on the 33rd parallel.
No, they did not. They did not win by 33.
Yeah, they did. 30. It just ended.
And Luka had
33
points.
They won 123 to 90. So 33-point win on the 33rd parallel.
I'm making a video about that later. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It never ends, dude. It never ends. It's so obvious now.
Well, it's been so obvious for a long time.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, it's so obvious to me now. Like, I just insane. I'm so stupid forever, like, betting on who I think. Listen, I used to have a saying, the more you know, the more you blow when it comes to sports betting, because I used to study ERA and averages, and dude, the more it has nothing to do with how much you know about sports, because if it did, I would be a billionaire. It's all about these athletes and owners, they don't give a shit who wins. They can care less. It's money and ritual.
It is. And again, here, I'll just show people right now. Luka's birthday is February 28th. And today is May 15th. And today is his 77th day of his age. So.
Oh, my God. I cannot believe it. Oh, wow. That's insane, dude.
One question: did Chris Paul have a good game? Because I noticed Drew Holiday has terrible games when the Bucks lose. When I say terrible, I mean it's obvious they're throwing the game. And Chris Paul, when they win, he's 14 for 14, but when they lose, he shoots 4 times. He plays like 39 minutes and has 4 shots. Did he have a good game today?
There, I'll look up his box score right now. I know that Luka drained his first shot of the night and Chris Paul missed his. I saw the opening minute of the game. Chris Paul took 8 shots. He was 4 for 8, 1 for 3 from three-point land, 1 for 2 at the stripe, 1 rebound, 4 assists. But while he was on the court, he was negative. His plus minus was negative 39. So that means his team got outscored by 39 while he was on the court.
Yeah.
Arizona.
I mean, seriously, Game 7, you would think this guy who's never won a ring and is one of the Hall of Fame. Dude, honestly, you can shoot the ball 7 times a quarter. He shot 8 times the whole game because they weren't.
Well, and he didn't have many assists either. Hey, you know how many shots the Suns made?
33.
Boom. Yeah.
See what I mean, dude? It's just freaking insane. It's crazy. Zach, thank you so much for opening my eyes. I mean, me and my daughter, she's 13. She's in the back seat. She calls everything out now. She knows. We listened the whole way home of the show that you just did about the shooting. It's great. I mean, 33 days since the subway fake shooting. But you know what? I don't know if you have your computer in front of you. Can you? So I'm telling you, it's MK mind control. Can you go to? There's a video of when Grant Williams was playing defense on Kevin Durant when it was Game 7 Game 4 in Brooklyn, and you'll see there's a timeout called. Exactly, you got to see this. Grant Williams is covering Kevin Durant. There's a timeout in the 3rd or 2nd quarter, and Grant Williams stops playing defense, and then Kevin Durant keeps dribbling the ball. Grant Williams looks into the crowd, and he gets some kind of a trigger from somebody doing, and then he's playing defense after they go to a commercial. Somebody videoed it, and he's playing defense, and then referee Scott Foster, who's about as Freemason and probably mind controls all these guys. Dude, he gets in between them, and he's like whispering in his ear to go back to the bench. It's so MK mind control. And then Grant Williams, my friend, texted me. He's like, dude, I think you're right about Grant Williams. He shot the ball like 23 times today. The guy averages 4 shots a game.
Yeah, I know, man. That's I don't know when you woke up to sports, but pro sports have looked stupid for all of my life. I was onto it when I was a kid that it didn't make any sense. It was so obvious. So when I learned gematria, then I'm like, now I really see what they're doing. How do you like Jason Tatum? Jason going off on Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah, he had like 40. It was ridiculous. It was just, and then Grayson Allen was like his plus minus wasn't like minus. Dude, Chris Paul had a minus 39. I mean, come on, dude, that's like not even trying. It's ridiculous. Grayson Allen was even worse. He was like minus 42, I think. You know how bad you have to be on the court to like when you're in the game, like the other team is outscoring you the whole time by 39 points. It's sick.
Yeah, that means you got your ass kicked. So.
Yeah, I mean, not even that. You weren't even trying. Like, dude, Chris, he took 8 shots in a Game 7. I mean, dude, that guy against what was that game? The Pelicans. There was one game where he kept scoring at will in the 4th quarter. I think it was Game 3. Game 3 in New Orleans. They kept doing the pick and roll, and he scored, I think, like 13 points in the 4th quarter. He didn't even have 13 points in 4 quarters today.
Well, that's what I mean with these games being an energy harvest, too, because how let down are the Suns fans? Not only do they lose the game, but they get their ass handed to them on their home court by the Mavericks. I mean, the Suns hardly lost a game this year, and then they get blown out by 33 in the deciding game of the season. That's why it's just the fact that people can't see that these games are rigged, and the fact that people will even show up in a Sun Stadium next year. That's the other level of mind control. It's like, what's wrong with these people? How much longer? I was laughing the other day. ESPN's headline the other day was that the greatest part of a Suns game is their pregame show in the tunnel. So I was like, wow. So ESPN's telling you that the best part of a Suns basketball game is the pregame ritual that they do in the tunnel.
I saw that too. Yeah, and probably like a double entendre with tunnels or something. You know, they're sick fuckers, something with the tunnels.
And then they lost both their games after that. They've lost 2 straight since the ESPN gave that little story. So.
Yeah, and then 2 other guys to look for since they're still around is Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. When the games that it's so obvious that they're supposed to lose, between them, they might shoot 20 times. Where was it? Game 5 in Memphis. They were combined like 8 for 20 for the whole game. And then I said they would beat that in the first quarter of Game 6 or Game 7, whatever it was. At Golden State, they did. They shot 51 times. So when they win, they shoot 51 times. When they lose, they're putting up 20 shots total.
Yep. So.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thanks, Zach.
All right, man.
Thanks for taking my call, dude. I just wanted to mention. I didn't hear I heard what you said about Don Nelson games, the 2 teams, but I didn't know you know what the other one. But of course you did.
Yeah. Safe travels to you and your daughter. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, buddy. All right,
take care.
I'll talk to you, bud.
Well, there's good news. His 13-year-old daughter's getting it. So his 13-year-old daughter's getting it. And honestly, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with people who don't get it. So for the people on the Patreon, congrats. I put out this information on the Patreon today. I haven't been doing much with sports, but I'm just so sick of it. I'm just so sick of it. I'm sick of decoding. I'm sick of decoding everything. It's just like I want enough funds raised so that we can hire an army of people and change the world and have like pay for teams of people to be out waking up their own community day after day. I mean, there really should be millions of people that can cough up $1 a month to help stop the agenda. And like I said a long time ago, if you don't support what we're trying to do here, you're going to watch how much worse your country is going to get on all levels. And again, I mean, it's happening in record time. And that's the thing, too, is just like people are too dumb to see it. People think right now there's inflation because of Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't have a single thing to do with inflation or anything happening. None of these puppet politicians have anything to do with anything. If you want to blame inflation on anybody, you could blame it on Trump, but it's not his fault either. He's just another puppet. But it was Trump who signed off on the record printing of money. Anytime you print money, there's inflation. That's inflation 101. If you print money, there will be inflation. When you print record money, there's going to be record inflation. You know? I can't figure out what's going on in America right now either. It's like, how are people surviving? Like, every place has a job opening. Nobody has enough employees. Like, do people even work anymore? I guess everybody's just ready for communism. If we all stop working, we can all get our stipend from Big Brother and live in poverty together. It's like, what is going on right now? It's crazy times. People still outside with their slave muzzles on, even though the mandates have been lifted. Now they can't go outside without their face blinky. I like how Don Nelson's having a good laugh there in the photo. But yeah, Don Nelson, happy birthday. 82 today. Game 82. It's all a big rig game. The last 2 teams he played or coached for, the Mavericks and the Warriors, that's going to be the Western Conference Finals. He coached the Bucks but played for the Celtics. Celtics won. And notice he wore number 19 with the Celtics. What was the Celtics score today? It looked a lot like 19, didn't it? He wore 19 for the Celtics, and the Celtics win with 109. I'm sure that's a coincidence on Don Nelson's birthday. It's funny. I was talking to Big Al this morning about the game, and because Big Al hit me up early this morning, and he's like, I'm pretty sure the Mavericks are upset today. Congrats to Big Al. Big Al nailed both basketball games today. He had Celtics and Mavericks. And the Celtics had a nice 34 special today. They got their I got to look at what it is. They picked up a 139 though today, which is the 34th prime, and Bucks is 34. But he wanted to know what I thought about the Mavericks, and then I said, well, if they're going to have a Mavericks Warriors Western Conference Finals, there's got to be something with Don Nelson in that. And then I was like, hold on, let me check out Don Nelson. And then I had to text him back 5 seconds later. I said, you wouldn't believe it, man. It's Don Nelson's birthday today. I said, I think you're on it. I think you're on it, Big Al. So, anyway. And again, you know, Big Al, he's been around for years. Established in the community. And again, Big Al will tell you, he's been a lifelong gambler. Before, he just gambled because he liked to gamble, but he never won anything. Now, in the years he's known Gematria, he just built up the bank account like so many people in this community. You know, all the people who've learned this knowledge, you know, have their own Patreon, who are teaching people how to take advantage of it. And again, I think that's why it's gotten harder in recent years. The riddles aren't as consistent as they used to, but you still win more often than not. But again, a lot more people know about it. A lot more people know about the rigging. And who's that thanks to? Yours truly. That's why I got trolls 24/7, 365. But yeah. Here, I gotta check the name gematria on old Donald Arvid Nelson. Make sure there's not another number in there. Oh, 75. Isn't that the big number they're highlighting this NBA season? This NBA season's all about 75. His name's 75 in the most pure. That's probably not an accident. Hold on. Let me make sure Don Nelson doesn't have something else going on. Oh, he's got some interesting numbers there. What's up,
Hey,
Itachi?
Zach.
What's up?
Not much. Just had something quick for you. Today is the celebration of Mercury.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Suns' head-to-head record versus the Mavericks, including the playoffs, they have 103. And yeah,
Mercury's 103. Yeah, Mercury 103.
Exactly.
Suns.
So great riddle, and it was the Mavericks' 1,805th away game, and they got their 747th win. Does that have something to do with the World Trade Center?
Oh, say it again.
It was their 1,805th away game, and they got their 747th win. And I'm just, thinking if the Boeing 747 did that come out in 68?
I see why you're doing that, because all the those are all numbers related to 9/11. Well, AT&T, I suppose, is headquartered in Dallas. There could be something there with that. I'd have to think more about that one.
Yeah, no, gotcha. But yeah, the Mercury thing I thought was interesting, so I just want to call in about that real quick.
I'm trying to get it up on the screen real quick. I know Big Al said something about the Celtics picking up a 139 today. Oh, the Suns also got their 84th loss today on a Sunday. That makes sense. They got their 84th loss on Sunday. Sunday 84.
Sunday 84. So yeah, I just want to call in with that. And thanks for the knowledge, man. It paid well today.
Nice work, Itachi. All right, appreciate it, man.
Yep, see you.
See it. But see, the Suns became 103 and 84 versus the Mavs today, including the playoffs. And just look at it. Mercury, and the most simple, 103, and then they picked up that 84th loss on a Sunday. And see, I mean, that should be the sign that there's something going on too, right? Why didn't the Suns play yesterday? The pattern was they should have been playing yesterday, but they had to save the Suns' last game for a Sunday. And do you remember how the Suns got their 54th win in their 54th season on a Sunday? Their season just ended exactly 9 weeks after that ritual. You see how Suns 54-9? What's up, Big Al?
Hey, I heard you on there. So, yeah, you're right. Boston got their 139th all-time win, including playoffs, which is the 34th prime. And Boston also stayed on 34 losses for the season.
So that was Boston's record versus the Bucks?
For Boston's all-time record, including the playoffs against the Bucks, they picked up their 139th win today.
Okay, nice. Yeah, 34th prime.
They stayed on 34 losses for the season to knock them out. Which Bucks has got the 34. Hey, what do you think about this though? So I saw this stat right before the game. It tipped off in the Dallas game. So obviously, the Celtics picked up the 108, but it said all time in Game 7s. It said home teams, and it said excluding the bubble. It didn't include the bubble games. It said that home teams in Game 7s, and this was going into the Dallas, so it means Boston got the 108. They're 108 and 31. So Dallas got the 32nd, which we know that connects to the Jesuits, 32 sun rays on their logo.
Right.
So now home teams in Game 7s are 108 and 32 all the time.
Sun worship's 108. So that's probably what it is.
One of the players, I checked the other star player for Dallas. I know he had the 108 connection with his birthday today.
Do you remember the ritual that Herm Edwards had with Arizona State? I think it was on October 8th this year, 201 days after his birthday.
Yeah, dude,
that was a great catch, man. Yeah,
money on that one.
Yeah, it was. I think it was either that day or August 10th, but I think it was October 8th. So, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the sun worship thing, because sun worship's 108 and then 32 sun rays on the Jesuit logo. So.
All right. I knew there was something with it. I just didn't know what. Hey, did you see in that game today?
Oh, the other thing is, hold on. Before you say that, the other thing with 108 is today there's supposed to be the eclipse. And remember, the eclipse is connected to 108 because they say the diameter of the sun is 108 Earths. And then from the Earth to the sun's 108 suns, and Earth to moon.
Okay, so that's why it was important today. So, like, when I saw that number, that's the thing about this, too. You know, I'm kind of on the outside. I know enough about the numbers just by following you. So I knew when that kid had that 108, too, I'm like, yeah, that's got to be significant because that number's very important to them, not knowing about the eclipse thing today.
Right. Indeed. Hey,
I just thought it was hilarious. Well, go ahead. Hey, what?
Messier in hockey, did he play for the Rangers or the Islanders?
I don't know, man. I don't know shit about hockey.
I gotta look.
You're asking the wrong person on that one.
Because he had that horse named after him that was the Big T's. So, but it was all perfectly synced up.
Yeah.
I see the Rangers won today.
Yeah, there was 2 hockey games, right?
Yeah. Something's going on with that.
Well, it was just funny. I looked at the Kansas City Royals game today, and I noticed they became 12-20, like 1-2-2, like Kansas City equals 122. So I'm like, I like that, you know.
Oh,
and
sure.
The line looked right too, because the line looked right. So I kind of had my eye on that game. Well, Kansas City jumped out 6-0 in the game, right? And then it got to like the 7th inning, and in the 7th inning, guess what happened? Is who the team they were playing? Shit, who was it? Colorado. Colorado scores 7 runs in the 7th inning, right? And the announcers. So then it goes to the top of the inning. So now Colorado's up 7-6 over KC. Well, then the first guy up for Kansas City hits a single, and he's wearing number 17, just like we had the 17th date today, and you know how that's connected to 7 because 17 is the 7th prime.
Right.
I would say they're like 2 peas in a pod. So the announcers go on and tell us this story like, oh my God, like, has a team ever scored 7 runs in 1 inning without hitting an extra base hit? So literally Colorado in this ritual today scored 7 fucking runs without a home run or a double or a triple.
Interesting.
And it was just like, it was just obvious because it was like, shit, this was all about the 7s today. You know, it was just clear that's what they were doing in all these games. Jason Kidd got his 17th career playoff win today too. And if you look at the other Texas games, Texas today in baseball, they won 1-7.
Yeah, I see that.
They were just everywhere, man. They were just dominant as hell.
There's just all sorts of, I mean, it's just the same shit every year. It's like the Padres today, last game against the Braves. Of course, they pick up their 22nd win against the Braves. 22 plays so hard with the Braves. And then the Pirates stay on 19 losses versus the Reds. Reds at 19. Boom. It's just, I see Seattle. They dropped the Mets to 10-7 at home. Seattle 107. It's just 118 in Tampa Bay. So
In that Reds game, there wasn't a no-hitter pitch, was there? Because I know this kid had a no-hitter going like 7th inning or something, but I forgot to check.
Well, Pittsburgh did get no hit. They have no hits. Pittsburgh got no hit.
Oh, no shit.
Here, let's.
Shit. I wonder if it was one of those team no-hitters.
It was because they brought in the closer and he pitched the final 2 outs. So.
Yeah, because this dude was like up to, he might have been 108 pitches and something stupid when they took him out of the game even. But he had like over 100 pitches.
118, the year of the 118th World Series. It's funny that Cincinnati gets a no-hitter today because, again, they got the Who performing the concert, too. So there's probably a connection there.
Yeah, there is. There is. It's just amazing. The longer you're at this, the more clear the whole thing becomes because, like you say, every fucking day they're so repetitive with these same numbers.
Yeah, that's why people who don't know, I mean, the sports is the best way to verify that the gematria is true because they do the same shit every single year.
Well, it's just like a day. I woke a dude up today because he likes Dallas, and I had it all, dude. I had this shit with Stephen A. Smith where he guaranteed, I'm going out on a limb maybe here, but he guaranteed that the Phoenix Suns would absolutely blow out the Dallas.
And then it's the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite.
Exact opposite. Yeah, just like you said today in one of your videos, these people speak opposite.
Yep.
They tell you like the truth of what's going on, but they're not going to give you the winner.
Indeed.
Well, hey man, you just keep plugging along. But yeah, man, I hear you, man. I mean, I'd be right there with you. It's just somehow or another, we got to break it, and this the information needs to be put out there. However, we have to do it. I mean, I even think about mailing letters and stuff to people. If you had something written up that was just because if you get a personal letter, I know these things can be expensive. People look at that. You're going to open it up. This isn't like some bulk thing, you know.
Right.
And you get enough revenue. That's the type of shit you could just do.
Right.
Still use it.
Right.
Just to get it out there and to get people interested in it and learn about it. And it's like, oh yeah, I've at least heard of that. Oh yeah, here, let me show you. You know.
Right. Hey, by the way, did you notice the Cubs?
Man.
Did you notice the Cubs became 9-9 away against the Diamondbacks today?
Fuck, I missed that. They just fucking the Diamondbacks just became 9-9 at home or something like a few days ago.
It's funny. It's funny.
Love that number.
I still haven't figured out exactly why Arizona loves that number so much, but God, it's like it never misses with that damn team.
Isn't it Arizona Diamondbacks and like the K?
Yeah, if you use that,
I think that's
it's
why.
something bigger than just the Diamondbacks, though. I've known so much stuff with the 99 and the Suns, and
it's like when you see that number with Arizona, it's like working with the pure ciphers. You know, I mean, it's like this thing is just like almost automatic.
yeah, they just go crazy with the 99 and the Diamondbacks. There it is again. So
Yeah, I saw it too. What was it on Thursday? Judd, number 99, just dominates on that Jupiter day, man.
look,
He just tore it up.
look at the Giants. The Giants fell to 9-7 away today. Giants and St. Louis are both 25, 97, the 25th prime. Yeah, so just classic patterns.
I already hit on that this year. I missed it. I missed that one, but I've already hit on the Giants 9-7 this year.
Yeah.
Man, they just love that 25.
Today, even though I'm just like, these are the same patterns that just, it's just, I mean, it's just, again, for all the people out there who don't know, it's the same shit every year. So.
Oh, yeah. And what's beautiful right now, the last 2 weeks, I've absolutely dominated in fucking baseball. It's because at that right spot where numbers they're numbers that they love, you're going to find one or two every day that just, it's going to probably come in, you know?
Right.
So,
Indeed.
yeah, it's just this perfect time to do it, you know?
Indeed.
Like I was telling you what they're doing. I already figured it out. In these NBA games, what they're using is they're using the total record for the playoffs and the regular season. Because if you go to most apps, like as you know, ESPN or these other sites, they just give you the 82 record.
Sure.
Nobody's going in and figuring out, how many they won in this series and the last series.
Yeah.
You know, if you figure it out, then like you would do, then that's how I nailed them. Because the games that have lined up that way, especially the elimination games, they haven't failed. They've all just lined up perfect. Like what was it last week? Philadelphia, the Heat got their 61st win to eliminate them, and there was something else too. So yeah, they're just every little elimination. There's something that lines up really nice for the team to get knocked off and one loses.
Yeah, well, great work, Al.
They're using the total record. Yeah, they're using the total record though for the season. You know, that's where the people get tripped up. You know, they're just not. Oh shit, I got to add on the playoff games, but yeah, it's been easy peasy. But that's all just because you just grinded this shit out for so long. You know, it's easy to do it now. It just comes natural. Your eyes just have to adjust to look at it correctly. But it's all right there.
Yeah.
Today, man, it couldn't have been any more obvious that the sevens were just like, it's crazy, man. It's like, how could anybody look at this and not see this? Like, even if you only get the fucking game right, you see it, the script.
And if you really think about it, it's more proof that all the leagues are scripted together. I mean, what are the odds that Dallas would be the first city to have 2 game 7s on the day of number 77's 77th day of his age? I mean, come on.
And these dumb people just can't wrap their brain around that. You can tell a dumb person, one of these dumb people that games regularly, be like, oh, yeah. Because it's like they think it's the officials and shit, so they agree with you there. When you try to take that next extra step and tell them, hey, it's all connected, it's all rigged together, you just lose them. You know, it's just bye-bye. Most of them are just bye-bye, you know?
It's not fair. It's because the people who rule the earth are a lot smarter than the dummies who they fool. And then there's us who are in between, who are smart enough to see through it, but then we can't connect with the morons who are trying to explain the obvious to.
Totally.
So.
Yeah, you nailed it right on the head, man. And that's really what it is. And the dummies just aren't intelligent enough at all just to see that, hey, no, these motherfuckers are onto something. See, that was my whole thing with when I first ran your work. I'm like, wait a minute, this seems ridiculous, but you can't predict shit like this unless what he's saying is correct or there's something to it. And once you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, he's fucking exactly right. He figured it out.
Yeah.
And then after you realize you figured it out, it's like, yeah, oh shit, this is why, he's censored. This is why he's got nonstop trolls constantly. This is why these other so-called people pretend to be telling you the truth, but they're really not. They may give you a sprinkle of something, but nobody's talking about this. Nobody will talk about this.
It's amazing that no one in the truth community, the supposed truth community, will bring up this knowledge while they sit there. It's obvious. That's the one thing. It's obvious that these channels that have built up a platform and a following and who've been here for almost as long as I have, some of them, there's not many people who've been here longer than me, but there might be a couple. But it's obvious that there's some kind of like paid for disinformation gatekeeper, because there's no way they can sit there and pander their bullshit. And it doesn't make sense how it could have a bigger following. It's like, why are more people following this? They're wrong about everything. Every last prediction's wrong. There's nothing there. They're selling you a bunch of shit. Half their videos advertisements. And then it's like, here I am over here predicting the future dead on year after year, sports and news, giving you the most awesome information there ever was. And somehow this isn't getting the following. This doesn't make any sense.
And that's what's frustrating about it, because you don't have to be that damn smart to figure out, hey, this guy needs revenue. He's legit as fuck. He ain't going to take your $1, your 3 cents a day and just, continue to increase his bankroll. No, this is something totally different. It should be easy as hell to see. But it should be easy for people to understand that, yes, he needs this, because I want to see a change too. I want to see something different.
Well,
I want to see these motherfuckers continually propagandize this every day, and there's just nothing out there to stop it. There needs to be groups of people that making these people feel uncomfortable pushing this shit on people.
And it's obvious we do make them feel uncomfortable. They were real uncomfortable in Oklahoma City. They couldn't believe it. They had to have a police.
Yeah. And look, you had 100 people. That was awesome. You beat any other thing you had. That's how it has to start. But yeah, just think if we had 5,000 people, man.
Exactly.
10 or whatever. It's a whole different story. Then it's like, okay, now I think we might be able to put something together here. God damn it.
Exactly.
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call as always, guy.
All right, Al. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate everything. Thanks.
All right. Have a good one. See you. Yeah, and for the troll who's out there who's always making videos about me, why don't you call in and explain yourself? Like, explain how you've been trolling me for 8 years. Like, who are you? Prove to me that you're not in a federal office, because I don't know who else would be there trolling for 8 years straight. It's like literally the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. Yeah, and just what a pathetic guy. Like, for the troll who's definitely out there watching right now, screen recording, who never calls in, who proves he's a ballless coward every single day, call in and explain why you're trying to shame my work and make me look bad. Do you not realize that unless you're a piece of shit scumbag who's responsible for the agendas, then you should be on the same side as me, because I'm on the side of humanity, not the tyranny. So pretty much anyone who's trying to make videos making me look bad is a tyrant. And again, I'm pretty sure that's why you won't call in, because I'm dead on about that. And you're just keep, working from your little troll corner over there, hoping you persuade some dumb lemmings that what you're doing is legitimate, which is anything but. By the way, again, just more par for the course. This was, one day after I got done talking about this, on the 134th day of the year, we're reading about a rapper named Lil Keed, which I guess is a better name than Lil Baby, but hold on. The first article that I saw, his name was spelled different. Or maybe it's his full name. Hold on. March 16th, dead May 3rd. He was dead on Friday the 13th. And again, his rap name, Lil Keed, has the 41 in it, the 13th prime, dead on Friday the 13th. His full name's got the 187 like homicide, 97 like death. The first article that I saw, though, spelled his birth name different. But again, we just had remember how 56 there was a 56 charge indictment against the members of YSL on the 56 date numerology YSL 56. This rapper, who's then dead a couple days later, is part of this same network. And let's see, March 16th. So he died. Oh my God. Look at this. Can you do the math? He was born March 16th. Look at this. It's sad, man. That's why it's just so annoying about teaching the same stuff over and over and over and over. Look at this. He's dead on his 59th day of his age. And I have a book out there about the killing and shaming of black people in the Code of 59. Dead on his 59th day of his age. Jason equals 59, going with the Friday the 13th theme. 818.
Hey, what up? It's like, this is JC from the chat. I don't know if anybody pointed this out, but you're talking about the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
If you look at the logo with the snake, with the D and the B, kind of looks like mirrored nine. Like,
hold on, I'm gonna look at it right now. I'm gonna look at it right now because I'm telling you, Diamondbacks at 99. It's like another riddle that never fails. Okay, hold on.
yeah.
Which logo is it?
It's a logo where it's like the letters D and B, the lowercase D and B, and it makes like the head of the rattlesnake or the diamondback. I know that they have that.
Oh yeah, in the tail wraps around.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. You're saying I see how you kind of see the 9 in there. Yeah.
Like the 2 9.
Yeah. It goes, like I was saying, though, it goes beyond just the baseball team. It's just they go crazy with this 99 number with Arizona sports. So that could be part of it, though. Yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. Thanks, man.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks. But yeah, I mean, it's just like, man, Diamondbacks at 99 again. For people who followed again, I haven't been doing much with the sports lately because I'm just so burnt out on doing it. But for anyone, and for all the people who join the Patreon, you can always go back and watch old content. Stuff I was teaching years ago is the same stuff that's relevant today. You know, if you learn the lesson 8 years ago, it'd be the same way I taught to you today. Nothing changes. Same patterns. 585. 585.
Yeah, this is Zach.
Yes, it's Zach.
Hey Zach, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
This is LaQuanda. Usually I listen. I've never called in or anything like that. But I'm not really into the sports. To me, I don't really care about that. But the numbers is what really gets to me because I have no understanding of what the numbers are, but I know that they mean something. And you may think that I'm crazy, and I may be a little bit out there because nobody really listens to me. But I've been seeing double numbers. I don't know if it's subconsciously or just, which I don't think it is because I've kind of ruled that out. But it's been a couple of years now. I've been seeing a lot of double numbers, or even quadruple numbers, but they're always like 222 or 333. And I know people have heard of those. They're called synchronicity, but I really see these numbers like everywhere all the time. And I'm very, very aware and alert that there are things that are going on around us that aren't making much sense. I don't know what's going on, per se, but I do know that something very wrong is going on here. And I listen to you because of the numbers that I see. I think that's how I came across your channel and seeing these numbers. Like, I see them constantly, all the time, every day, all day. From 222 to 444. 9/11, 6/11, 6/66, you name it, I see them all day. And it started a little bit, and it seems like it's progressed. And like when people say that Neo saw the numbers, I see that, like I visualize that in a whole nother way because I see the numbers, but I see them in a different way because, like they said, in the end, that if you look for the mark of the beast, you look for the number of the mark. You don't look for the name, you look for the number of the name. And the number of the name will give you who the person is. And I listen to you and you understand it, but my thing is why? Why is all of this happening? Like, that's my big question, is the mystery of the day. Okay, we get it. The numbers are doing this and they're doing that, but why?
Well, I say why, and I said why in this stream earlier. I mean, you probably weren't tuned in yet, but I say why in almost every video. Have you ever heard me say why before?
I don't know. I don't want to.
It's in the opening pages of both my books. So I'm just gonna remind people. If you guys still don't know the answer why, again, it's in the opening pages of both my books. It's Kabbalah. Again, they're into Kabbalah. Kabbalah's Book of Formation says God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. They're playing God over our lives with this same understanding of how God supposedly created the world. So that's why they call them the cabal, the secret hidden political faction. That's what the definition of the cabal is, and it comes from Kabbalah. And so it's easy to understand that the first thing written in the Book of Formations, God created the world with numbers, letters, and words, is like the primary thing that they do. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that they're into, this occult knowledge, but that's why they're doing everything by the same patterns. The numbers are the language which are behind the repetitive rituals. So it identifies who they are. They're Kabbalists.
I have heard you say that. Yes, I have several times. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, that is the answer to the question. And again, so who's into Kabbalah? That's the next question. And then you look into the Jesuits. Well, the Jesuits are Jewish and Catholic, and it's Jewish mysticism, and Jewish mysticism equals 201 in Gematria, like the Holy Bible, and all these riddles are biblical, and the Jesuit order is 201. And again, I'm sure you've heard me talk about 201 a million times too. So.
Yeah. I've heard you speak about it many times. And my thing is that I get it. It's the cabal. I get what they rule by the numbers. I get it. My thing is I look at everything that you say, and it's just like when you think about the average person or the average person or the masses, these people that we're talking about are way beyond I think normal people's understanding of what or who these people are, for how they do this and how they run this and how they're able to keep track of everything and they're able to do what they do. I'm thinking we got to be dealing with an entity of people that are way beyond most of the masses. I mean, people are sitting up here talking about sports stats, and that's not the point here. The point here is that they have plans for us, and these are codes to those plans. And my thing is, when I ask why, I'm asking that question. I get that it's because of the cabal. I get what they're doing. Like I said, I see these numbers. I have no reason, no clue why. I've looked it up. I've studied it. I've tried to find other people that experience what I experienced. Do you see these numbers? Why am I seeing these numbers all the time? What do they mean? The significance? And there's different various answers for it. But what I'm saying is with all that I just said, there's a reason why it's a method to what they're trying to do. We all know it's an in-game New World Order. My thing is, I guess I want to understand the numbers, not just to be able to read them and say, oh, okay, this is such and so, but what's the code? What's the meaning behind the meaning? What's the code? We get what's going on. We get it. What is the code though? What's the next move? What are they trying to say? What are they communicating? And that is what.
Well, here, let me ask it to you this way. Hold on, let me ask you this. Would you rather have the answer to that question, or would you rather have enough people say, okay, it's obvious that the Jesuits are doing this and running our government and doing the same patterns? Like we know why they have shootings on certain days, why they kill black men on certain days. I mean, how many times have I talked about the death of a black man in 59? Here's another dead rapper dead on his 59th day of his age. So, like, to me, it's like, okay, we could look for I'd like to know the answers to your questions too, but at the same time, what I'd rather have than the answers to those questions is enough people rise up and say enough's enough and end this federal government and this bullshit news. And then, honestly, when we ransack Georgetown and the federal government, which needs to happen, then we might even find the documents that explain why they keep doing this. Because I'm pretty sure that the whole 42 thing has to do with the 42 generations to Jesus in the Bible, who's described as a black man. But so I think most of the numbers too. If we just,
it's a war on the black man. It's obvious that it's a war on us.
It's a war on all people, but
way back.
It's a war on all people, but it is also obvious that the most targeted people by the cabal are black people, far and away, and
always have been, even in the Bible.
Well,
always have been.
Yeah, that is true.
History tell it.
Yeah, so I mean, history just continues to repeat itself by the same code, by the same pattern, by the same people who perpetrate it. And again, it's like the questions you have are the same questions I have too. Like I'd ultimately like to know those things, but at the same time, what I'd rather have than the answers to that is people to rise up and see it. Stop going to these football games. Stop going to these rigged basketball games. Stop voting in these rigged elections. Look, I'm showing you it's all bullshit. Why do you want to continue to participate in something that's bullshit that's here to fuck with you? I mean, so to me, that it's like I don't need to understand exactly what the number represents to them and why they code 44 into shootings. I don't need to really know that to understand that they are doing it and who's doing it. And to me, that's enough, because to me, the whole point is to stop what's going on and to get people to see what's going on. All these oblivious people that think everything's just a coincidence when it's obvious it's not. And I think I
love you to death, and I think that we're one of the few. But trying to get a whole bunch of people to see when they're asleep, it's not going to happen. And I'm not a pessimistic person. I'm just realistic. When you got people worrying about basketball stats and this and that, and these people are obviously, like you said, they have plans for us.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. The majority of people in this community woke up through seeing that sports are rigged, and then it made them care about other things. And I mean, like even one of the best decoders in the community, Kayla, she came into this through sports, and now look at her. She's decoding everything. The news story, she's into all of it. And again, I mean, we have to reach people where they are. The reality is on a weekend in football season, you have 100 million people in the U.S. watching football. And the majority of that 100 million don't realize that they're wasting their time watching games that are rigged collegiately and professionally. And those are the people that if we showed them that it was rigged, it might piss them off enough to start caring about other things that they should already care about. And we could if we had enough people, I mean, honestly, there's people in every major city. Imagine if we had a gathering of 100 people outside of every football stadium where there's a game, college and pro, trying to wake up all the fans going to that stadium. I think it could have a big impact. And those are the kind of things I've been trying to make happen for a long time. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And you're right. Whichever way you can lead a horse to the water to get him to drink, then by all means, like I said, I'm a black woman. You could probably tell that. And I'm a spiritual person. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in organized religion or indoctrinated religion. I understand that they're pushing us forward in a globalistic society. We're getting ready to go to digital everything, including digital currency. I get all of that. But what I'm saying is where I'm at is I try to talk to folks, and I talk to anybody who listen about your work. I try to tell them what is before them, and I get flustered sometimes because I can't understand why they can't see. Why can't you see what's right before your eyes? And again, the more I see, the more I realize I don't know. The more I think I know, the more I realize I don't know nothing at all. So that's where my curiosity comes in. Like I get the gematria, I get being able to decipher the numbers. My thing is I'm looking beyond that because I know it's the spiritual realm to this whole thing. And that's how I feel like in my discernment, in my soul. I feel like there's something wrong, very, very wrong here. And that's where I'm at with it. I want to figure out, who is behind the curtain? Because I need to know who my enemies are, who's on the board. And I realize that everybody beneath that is being controlled. And that's where it's at for me, because I feel like it's an attack. not only on me, but on my people as well, that we need to wake up as well. We need to wake up also because we're in a bad situation. And everything in my discernment is telling me that something is coming. Something big is coming. And I've been saying this for a while to my family, my friend, anybody who listens, like, yo, prepare your table because something big is getting ready to happen. We can do whatever we can do to get the word out. But in the meantime, they have something planned for us. I'm not saying that I know what it is, but what I'm saying is they have something planned. So, you know, I it's hard for me to explain it, but the more I dig into it, the more things just get stranger than fiction. I don't know.
It is stranger than fiction. It's the Twilight Zone. And I think all of us who are awake feel that something's severely wrong in this world and the energy's all off. And again, I think ultimately what it is everything does come back to energy. And where's most people's energy being dedicated to? Is it being dedicated towards justice and truth and figuring out what's going on in the world and stopping the problems? Or is it being dedicated to entertainment and consumerism and the same corporations that essentially have enslaved the world and keep them distracted and pushing these agendas that put more money and power in their pockets? I mean, I think in a way it just boils down to things as simple as that. And that's why we got to get people to have a paradigm shift and start thinking about, you know, what's going to happen if we don't stand up? What's going to see? People need to have this realization, like the other part of humanity who's totally asleep and just thinks everything's a coincidence, and anything that is questioning the authority or anybody who's questioning the authority is a conspiracy theorist. We need these people to actually like think for just 1 second, what if they're wrong and we're right? And I already know for sure we're right, but we need them to see what we see. Like, where are we being taken as a people right now? What path is humanity on? I mean, I don't know how people don't see it. I mean, look at what's going on. Look at all the confusion for children. Has there ever been a worse time to be a child than right now? Growing up with nonstop fear, whether it's germs or mass shooters, or, you know, I mean, you can't even know about your own sexuality and just all this confusion. I mean, it's just because of all the people's indifference to everything. Look at what the world's turned into for little children right now. And anyway, caller, I hear you, and I appreciate you calling in and expressing all your thoughts and your questions. And I'm going to let a few more people get on, but as for seeing the same numbers, that happens to us too. And again, it's one of those mysterious things for me. It seems like if I work doing a lot of research on a number, like I'll go outside and like to get a drink of water, and then I look at the clock and I laugh because I'm like, how's it on that time right now after I just got done writing about this number for the last 2 hours? So, you know,
exactly.
And to me, that's some kind of confirmation from the universe.
Added up your phone number added up to all double numbers.
Huh.
You know, and it's just like that for me. It just is at 11:01, 111. I'm gonna say good night.
All right, friend. Well, I appreciate your call, and stay strong out there. Thank you.
All righty.
All right, you take care. All right. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even gotten to I'm trying to get to the email to let people on, but people are 707. What's up, 707?
Hey, Zach, it's Brian. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I was just getting right as you call. I'm getting to the emails to start inviting people on. I haven't invited anyone on yet, so.
I'll bail out if you're gonna invite people. I don't mind getting on. It's been a while.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna send you an invite. You were the first one in. But again, you don't need to send me 10 emails. If you send one, I will see it.
I just assume you have like 1 billion people, so.
No, I literally hardly anyone sent, but I literally have like 20 emails from you. But I have like 3 other people who've made a request.
Sorry. I just assume you have 1 million people. I'm sorry, man.
All right, it's okay. All right, Brian.
All right, man. I'll see you in a minute.
All right, see you. Okay. All right. Aaron I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but I'm not sure you want to come on. I sent you an invite anyway. pretty soon I'm gonna have to reach out to the man making the film for OKC. He said to give him 3 weeks to a month. I'll give him after we hit May 19th. I'll reach out to him and see how he's coming with the film, unless he's already got it done by then. All right, Jonathan, your invite is sent. We're going through the list here. Jeff Young's got an update for his next guitar lesson. 435.
Hey, Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, it's Fred. Do you recognize me?
Fred from Utah?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, quick question and another comment, okay? I'm pretty sure on May 21st of this year, it's going to be the same. If you go to Derek's day calculator and do both the dates, 9/11/2022 and May 21st, 2022.
That was the day of the Ariana concert, Grande concert. Wasn't that the bombing concert thing a few years ago? Ariana Grande concert.
I don't know, man. I'm not nearly as smart as you. Because like I said, you're like immune to the fluoride. I think that's pretty obvious. How damn smart you are.
Well, I don't know. It's smart. I remember it from covering it. But anyway, go on with your point.
If you go to Derek's page, you know how you can go to that black page and put in 2 different dates? May 21st and 9/11 of this year both have the same numbers pretty much all the way down the list, for a lot of them.
Oh, it's May 22nd. Okay. I see what you're saying. Same
or maybe it's May 21st. I don't know.
Just the Ariana Grande concert was May 22nd. So it was May 22nd, her bombing thing. But okay, May 21st.
But do you think there's something about that date having the same numerology as 9/11 this year coming up?
Well, I mean, couldn't that
about maybe the queen might die that day? They're saying too. Maybe there's something to that.
I've been thinking May 20th, but yeah, we'll see. So,
okay, and then
you're saying May 21st, 2022 is the same as September 11th, 2001?
No, this year.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, I don't know. That's not anything I've thought about. I mean, so and just because 2 dates have, I'm not even seeing how they're the same this year. I'm not really following the thought. So, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it was the year before then. Maybe it was last year. But I saw a screenshot pointing that out,
and just because 2 dates have the same date numerology, I don't really think that's that big of a deal. So, all right. Anyway, appreciate it, Fred.
I have one little comment. Is that okay?
Okay, sure. What is it?
I used to work construction and at this really nice gated community out here. The same community where Elon Musk bought a house for the parade of homes out here.
Okay.
I worked on a house, and these people, their last name was Boeing. And do you want to take a guess what house number their house was?
68.
No, you're close.
201.
Oh, no, you were a lot closer before.
I don't know. What is it?
77.
Oh, 77. Okay. Flight 77. All right. Interesting.
Yeah. I didn't know about Gematria back then, but, Boeing and 9/11 with 77 and 77 minutes later, 77th meridian, all that shit.
All right. I appreciate the observations. Thanks, Fred.
All right, man. I'll be listening. Thanks.
Yeah. See you. Okay. So I sent out a bunch of invites. Kayla, you got an invite. Everybody's got an invite. Jonathan, everybody who asked for one. Brian's the first in the room as always. What's up, Brian?
What's up? By the way, sorry. I just assumed your email is always flooded because you said you always get a bunch of trolls in it. So my bad. I don't have much, but I was watching Shazam today. I have kids, so they love superhero shows. It was funny because the bad guy. He's trying to find the what the hell? Oh my god! Sorry, I just had a June bug fly in my face. God damn it! Excuse me, but the bad guy is trying to find the in Shazam the you're chosen if you're worthy. And the evil thing is it's an eye that goes in you and it gives you the 7 deadly sins. and the bad guy finds it on the 56th abduction. It's like I was saying, like Free Guy, they're looking for clip 56. Freaking Ready Player One, he lives at the 56 block. Like they don't do this.
Again, the reason they're doing that is because those movies are about artificial intelligence, and the first artificial intelligence seminar was in 1956, put on by the Rockefeller family, and Rockefeller's 56.
That's what, and like, hey, I've been listening all night, dude, and I want to just say, I'm sorry you feel like that. I feel your moments because you have these every now and then where you're just like, why is no one listening? And like, I feel you, bud. And it's these simple things. You know, we get
well,
so
it's not so much
technical.
that. It's just that I know why more people don't have the messages because of all the censorship. Had I not been censored to death and deleted a million times, it would be reaching a lot more people, and I think we'd be achieving our goals. But what annoys me is the people who are still here, who are hearing, who aren't doing anything. And it's like these people should understand the most why they need to step up. There's a million obstacles that we're running up against. They're the ones that can help be part of the solution. But
I wish, like, and I want to say, like, I mean, like an example from my end, like, I mean, I got 2 kids. I just moved from across the country because I had to go to another state where I didn't have to get jabbed. And like, it's just like, I don't have much going on. I'm trying to like rebuild right now. And I wish like Oklahoma City, man, if I lived still in California, I would have been able to be there. Like, I'm just, like right now I'm trying to rebuild my life. And I know there's people that have like, there's good reasons, but yes, there are people like dude, just take a step, like, trust me, there's plenty of people, like the real feeling people feel you, and I just want to throw that out there. Cause like, I feel like, trust me, like every time I think about it, like I could have been there. I know I could have, but like, it's just like, I'm not trying to make excuses. And I feel like a lot of your community is full of those people. There are the people who like, you're like, dude, when you came back and you lost half your following, and it's true. I 100% from my perspective, when you said that you weren't doing Gematria sports and you lost a third of your following, yeah, you weren't doing sports.
Well, yeah, I realize that a lot of people, they want me to do sports, but it's like, I've done sports enough, and you guys should have learned the lessons by now is the way I feel. It's like Big Al, he doesn't need me to come on and do sports every day. He still supports the work. He learned the sports well. He can go out and, again, you can scan these games. I mean, it doesn't take that much time to honestly scan the games and be like, okay, this one looks like a winner right here.
Mm-hmm. So, and you're staying true to what you're not about exposing sports. You're about exposing what's going on, And
well, it's just decoding sports. It's just like the thing that's annoying about it. It's all just the sports gambling. It's kind of like helping. Not to say that everybody's gambling and using the knowledge as swine, but there's a lot of swine in the sports gambling community, and they're just really annoying fucking people. It's like you win for 2 weeks straight, and then you have a bad day, and then they're bitching you out all day about the bad day, and it's like, man, fuck these people. I'm charging you $5 fucking a month. We've been winning for 2 weeks. I haven't heard shit all 2 weeks. There hasn't been ever a tip in your lifetime, but then we have a bad day, and then you're crying all day and blowing up my email and my phone. It's like, I don't want to help out these fucking losers, man.
And that's understandable, bud. Like legitimately, I'm just speaking for like voice of reason. Like that's understandable,
And then, I mean, yeah, it's just the other thing too is it's like, I'm teaching people the knowledge, and then they're bragging about the winnings, and then they're like posting on their social media that they're at the sports game now with their earnings. It's like, so with the money you're investing back in the evil system that I'm saying we got to stop supporting. It's like, that's why I don't know, man. It's just people should just support the work because they want to get free rather than win the next bet. Like the point of doing the work is to end the tyranny more so than it is to win more fiat dollars, which again, that's the thing too. It's like, how much longer is it even worth it to win the money off these games? The writing's on the wall for the currency. So,
well, it's the fact if you're winning off these games, you should be like, wow, this is really rigged. Like,
well, I mean, there's no doubt it's rigged. It's just like there's examples every week that show you how undeniably rigged it is. Like today, number 77 on his 77th day of his age. So
I haven't been following much sports lately, so you're telling me news.
Indeed.
I'll let you get that next person on here. I'm just gonna.
Well, everybody's got their invites already. You're just the only one. You're always the most excited to get in the room. So I mean, got to give it to you for that. But everybody else has their invites. It's just nobody else has come in yet.
Oh, well, Zach, and I'm speaking for everyone who does really believe in it, because like I hate that word. Hey, I hate that word too. Ever since you pointed it out, but like I believe in you, bud. Like that's why I don't mind. I give you my. I don't care. I don't even do sports. I still give you that $5. I tell Taylor, like I still donate that $5 every month. She's like, I don't care. Like. And I know it's not much. I wish that was pound payment. I wish that you, dude. By the way, you need to take a day off. Like you and sweet lady need a day off, man. You do too much work, to be honest.
Well, I'm just not a day off type of guy. I get bored if I take a day off. So.
Oh man, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm a lazy kind of guy. I'll take all the laziness I can.
By the way, for anybody else out there who would like to get on the stream, just send me an email, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com, GematriaEffectNews@gmail.com. I'll send you a link back. You just click the link, and that's how you get in the room. And you don't have to, if you don't want to put your face on the screen, you just got to make sure you have a microphone, and you can just have your mic on.
I wanted to add something. You know, I know it's like we all know there's a psyop, the whole watch the water, whatever the hell it was called. But it was funny because when Taylor, she's the one who showed me it. And then I watched it and I was like, hey, watch, I'm gonna like, it's probably Mercury, you know, like so I looked up Mercury, and then you find out the god of Mercury, Hermes. And it was funny because he has Hermes, who's the god of Mercury, or like related to Mercury. He has the actual staff of the thing that looks like the medical, like the medical emblem. I was like, what the hell? That Mercury is a trickster for sure.
Indeed.
Yeah, if you Google Hermes, you'll see it, and it's really weird.
Yeah, again, for people who don't know, today is the day to celebrate Mercury, May 15th. And think about that. Mercury is the thing that's in vaccines that's questionable, and the plan to rush out the COVID vaccines was announced on May 15th. And again, the first simulation for the pandemic was on May 15th, where in the Cladex simulation, they rush out vaccines that hurt people, do more damage than good. We got Kayla. Kayla's on.
I just want to say, Kayla, you're awesome.
Thanks, Brian. Hey, everybody. I just wanted to share. I'm going to pull up a couple of my blog posts, and then I'm going to see if I can screen share. Let's see. All right. I'm going to go ahead and try to share this screen. I kind of went over it earlier in a live stream I did today, but okay. Whoops, not that one. That is not the one I wanted to share. Let's see. I wonder if I can open it.
Should I add it to the stream, the screen you're trying to pull up?
Let me see if it's working. Or maybe it'll be easier if I just put the link in the chat and you can pull it up.
I can do that too.
All right.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Jonathan. Indeed.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, I went ahead and put it in the private chat.
Okay, I see it. All
but
right, I got it up on the screen.
Everybody.
Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, so I put together like a cheat sheet for the WNBA. Just plugged in some keynotes for this season of the 26th WNBA season in regards to Kobe Bryant, because they try to push that he was a big advocate for the WNBA. And so knowing that Bryant equals 26, and the whole little ritual that they did with Chris Paul winning the Kobe and Gigi Bryant award earlier this year, and Chris Paul's birthday being 5/6, that's the date that the WNBA began their regular season this year, which happened to be the 126th day of the year, like January 26th, with Bryant and Gigi both dying that day. But if you just scroll down, you're familiar with how the setup is, with just plugging in the team gematrias. I got them all lined up there, but then if you go further, it's more of a breakdown of individual teams with different variations of how you can write out their name, gematria, city, mascot. And then one thing I'll probably do further is just plug in like the key players on each team, like the hot names in the league. But I plugged in the coaches just now, and surprisingly, I found all of their birth dates. I know I've had problems with that in the past, but yeah, just like a cheat sheet I have just on my blog. You'll find it. You just type in WNBA Gematria. That should pull it up. And yeah, so anyone who's interested or wants to, try to decode their own on the WNBA side, it's pretty straightforward for the most part with the name Gematria. Like today was a good example. There was only 2 games today, and it was the Atlanta Dream versus who was it again? Let me pull it up real quick. But I kind of went over it earlier. Let's see. Atlanta Dream upsetted the Indiana Fever. And when you write out Dream equates to 23 and 31. Dream became 3-1, and Fever fell to 2-3. And then the Dallas Wings upset New York Liberty. Dallas has that big connection with 13. Liberty fell to 1-3 today. So, I mean, just easy, straightforward with how it went. And so there's no games tomorrow, but if people wanted to look at it, or Tuesday's games, I think there's like 5 games going on. But I just thought that would be something that people would be interested in. Not many people pay attention to that league, but just thought I'd put it out there for everyone to use.
Indeed. Well, great work as always. For people who don't know Kayla's blog, it is Kayla-decodetalker.blogspot.com. Kayla-decodetalker.blogspot.com. So always doing great work.
It's in the description of all of my videos. My blog link is, so yeah.
Well,
if you want to go on to, I see Jonathan in the room. But I want to pull up something else for like just another 5-minute topic later.
Okay. So Kayla's good at taking turns. What's up, Jonathan?
Not much time, Kayla. I'm just I find this interesting. I could listen to this.
You want to delegate your 5 minutes to her?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Kayla, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm actually in the middle of pulling it up still. It's a blog I did about the baby formula shortage. Let's see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can pull this one. It'd be
You
easier
said the
if I
baby
could
formula shortage? I got it up.
Okay, yeah. Let's see where I have a lot on here, to tell you the truth. I was kind of intertwining it with the abortion talk, and a lot of it tied together. I feel like it's interesting that all this abortion and the baby formula talk is tying in with Mother's Day we just passed recently, and we have all these panicked mothers going on. But if you go more towards the bottom, where it starts, let's see. I'm looking at it too, but okay, if you just go down to the very bottom, the one thing that I wanted to point out that's really easily with Robert Califf, if that's how you say his name, he's the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, so like the FDA.
Here we go.
And it's just interesting with his name, Gematria, Robert Califf equates to 115 and 209. And baby formula shortage equates to 209. And that 115 is important because the FDA is currently 115 years old right now. And, the news of this baby shortage came on 12/5, May 12th. And his surname equates to 125. But just some interesting things I saw there. But I even seen articles first come out. Well, so they say that the shortage was recalled back in February 17th is when the recall happened. But when I was looking at articles, like trying to lead back, one of the first ones that popped up was from CNN on March 24th. And I even was listening to, you know how YouTube just kind of goes on its own little rant after you watch a video. So a similar video came on. It was like a Fox News, and they were talking about March 24th, the day of this CNN article that I found of them first presenting this topic of there being a recall at this manufacturer. And what was interesting about March 24th and how it lined up with Joe Biden, well, let's see, how did I have it here? I haven't taken a clip. So, okay, so March 24th, and Joe Biden's birthday being the 324th day of the year, like 3/24, the same day that CNN's writing this article about the shortage, the baby formula, but it wasn't like big news at the time. They were just, you know, putting headlines out quietly. But what's interesting about that too is from Joe Biden's birthday previously of 2021, running it to March 24th, 2022, it was 125 days after his birthday. Again, looking like May 12th again, like 12/5. So I just felt like there was interesting connections that way. But I mean, there's a lot to say and talk about in this, but those are just 2 points I wanted to show. Like just how in sync it was with Biden and it seems even with the commissioner of the FDA. But
Well, it makes sense. I mean, and that's what we see again and again, just how perfectly lined up these rituals are. And just like you said, yeah, Mother's Day, abortion, baby formula, a rapper's dead named Lil Keed, Britney Spears has a miscarriage. Again, it's just obvious that all of these things are psychological operations, and that 24/3 date's kind of like 243, Central Intelligence Agency's 243.
right.
So,
Yeah.
did you know if you go to Wikipedia for baby formula, it writes it out as infant formula, which is the more official way to say it, and infant formula is also 201.
Nice. Yeah, I heard that on the live stream the other day. I missed that one on my blog. But yeah, that was pretty much all I had on there.
Yeah, great work, Kayla. Again, everybody, Kayla Decode Talker. She's got the YouTube channel, and then linked in the description of a video is the easy way to get to her blog. So she's doing great work.
All right. Yeah, thanks.
Kayla, I gotta ask you, your significant other, you know, she came out to Oklahoma City with you, and she expressed why, you know, like she's just like my sweet lady, you know, she's in the same boat, but since going there and coming back, has her position changed at all? Has she moved at all a little bit, or any?
Right. Yeah. Well, what was really cool about it too was just our conversation we had after the fact. Not know so much about like the Gematria, but just because we both walked the Oklahoma City Memorial Museum, but we both did it separately. She did it on her own, and then I went through with Denise and Samia, but we kind of both had the same thoughts about it, which was cool because, you know, I was worried that she was going to be a little bit more too on the emotional side, walking in there and getting all the feelings of, you know, what they're trying to push at you in there. But no, it was actually just last week or something we were having a discussion about, well, because also we watched the documentary, A Noble Lie. We watched that together. And so, of course, we started just talking. And yeah, I mean, that whole memorial itself, it was nice to hear her say it first, though, too, because I've expressed it to you guys, I think, at the bowling alley, how I felt about it, like how it was just like this energy sucking, like it wants you to be emotional in there. And there was a lot of unnecessary things that you had to witness and read and go through I don't even know what you would define as an actual memorial, but literally all that there could have been or should have been in there was just, you know, it could have just been the names of the people that were deceased and maybe their photos and, you know, just something like that. But you really had to go through, if you started off, there's there's so much in there to read. Like you can probably spend like a good 4 hours in there, I would say, and just to get and understand everything. But one of the conversations we had was just how why do we even have all these things on display with like the Mercury Marquis being in there? Why is his T-shirt still in there that he was arrested in? You know, like why are all these certain things in there? And like even like the rubble and, you know, anything that they could collect from the debris that they could, you know, any collections. Like why are we keeping all of these things? And they're really like they're in shadow boxes and behind glass, you know,
Sure.
boxes. And I don't know, it's just really weird. Like why would we keep these things from destruction and like want people to see it? Like, I don't know. It's just really, so that was a conversation we had that it didn't make sense of why we would have all that. And then plus the other part of it where it gets more intense is there's this little area where you read about there was like a water, like a water trial case going on with the city of Oklahoma, like their water. I don't remember exactly. I have pictures of it. I plan to do a video on it, but I just haven't uploaded all my pictures from the memorial yet. But so there's this trial right across the street. It would have been, well, it wasn't 5th Street. It was whatever street it was. I already forgot where the first church was. Whatever road that was. But there's the courthouse over there. They're having a trial at 9:00 a.m. April 19th, 95. And in that trial that began at 9 o'clock, they have a voice recorder happening. And, you know, they're going through the motions of stating why they're there and what they're there for. And you get this anticipation. So when you go into this room, it's like you have to enter all these rooms a certain way to finish the museum. And once you enter this room, you can't like just bypass it and go to the next room. The door is locked. Like it's an automatic door that opens once you completely finish that room. And so the door behind you shuts, the door in front of you is closed, and you're in this room like you're in the court hearing, and this voice recorder is on the surround sound around you. And so you're looking at the time, and it's 9 o'clock when you enter the room, but you know that bomb goes off at 9:02. And so I'm just like waiting for it to get loud in there because you know the bomb's coming. And once it goes off, it's just like, of course, it goes off, it's loud, it's long, and you can hear the people on the tape like squirming around, and you know what you would do in that situation. They're yelling and trying to gather each other together and, you know, try to move together, get out of there, be safe. But it's like going on, like I don't know how to explain it because it's something they want you to experience. I mean, they definitely want you to experience that, and like, and just imagine all of the victims,
Induced trauma,
stuff that are there to go see the memorial and to go see the individual that they lost or a friend that they knew in that bomb. They have to go through all of that just to get to the spot where you can see their picture and name, because that's not to the very end, you know. And so you go through that, and then once you experience that room, then the doors automatically open to where you can enter the next room. But the next room, it's still kind of chaotic at the beginning because there's a bunch of TV screens that are showing that day's breaking news headlines of that morning after the bomb happened. So you have like all the media coverage going off, like breaking news, Oklahoma City bombing, like, but it's like sirens are going off in there, like, you know what I mean? It's just chaotic as you're entering that next room. So you're in there, like, I don't know what you're supposed to feel like, because people in there, I mean, there was a bunch of people that day too, of course, on the Memorial Day, but I mean, it's quiet in there. Everyone just looks like like they're shooken up, I guess you would say. Like they probably
They
want
want
you
them to feel that it's real. They
Yeah,
want
they
to
want you to
show
relive
power
it.
that this terrible thing happened.
Right.
This terrible thing happened, and it's going to happen again. Maybe it's conditioning.
Sharing a terrible feeling.
Who was just talking there? I couldn't tell. Is it Austin?
Yeah, that's me, Austin.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, so just
Hey, how you doing?
the whole way
I
that
just
they
have
had
one
it
cam
set
working.
up with the memorial and stuff, and I mean, it's they definitely want you. So you were asking about my girlfriend and her view on the fact afterwards and stuff, but it was her too that mentioned that it's like you go into that museum, you could know nothing about the bombing, you could just be in that town like visiting, but then surely like after you leave there, like they've pretty much they're telling you exactly what they want you to leave with, you know, what they want you to remember from it and how like devastating it was. And I mean, it was just, I don't know how to explain it other than that. Like I can't imagine being a person who did lose somebody in that bombing and going there and like even feeling that
Try to do that with the Holocaust Museum too, and 9/11.
Yeah.
These are psychological operations to induce trauma. The brain doesn't know the difference. It absorbs it. It thinks something terrible, and maybe something terrible did happen. But
well, something terrible obviously happened. It's just what's the real story? We're given these lies. But I mean, isn't that what they're doing to us all the time? It's like nonstop trauma in the news. Every day the news is like low vibration, another killing, another death, something else to be scared of. I mean, it's been that way my whole lifetime. The thing that I liked the very least when I was a child is when the TV was on with the news, because the news is just always nonstop negativity. And
if I can, like, what person who did lose somebody through that is going to go to that museum and experience that again?
I think they do, though. I think.
That's sad. That sucks. Wow, that sucks.
I remember when I was in that room where the actual memorial is of everybody's names and pictures, there was a lady in there with like a group of 2 or 3 other people. And it seemed like she must have worked in that building because she was just like naming people's names, like, oh, here's so-and-so, here's, you know, like pointing out people. So she obviously knew, like, she must have worked there, and I didn't really want it. It's just a weird vibe. And just the way people
people need to die to complete the ritual. You know, ritual is to induce a feeling. It's to induce some type of
energy
happening. You know, it's
that's why everything they do is like that. The sports are the same way. Look at what they just did. How do you think the city of Phoenix feels right now after what just happened to them in Game 7 of the Suns getting blown out by 33 points in the biggest game of the season after being the top team in the NBA all year?
But remember what I was telling you the other day about Phoenix and Arizona, that those teams always choke? And I knew the Suns were...
Well, and then when we saw the ritual today, I mean, we put out the ritual. It looked like it was in the bag for Dallas to win once we noticed what they had going. So,
I mean, a little bit of my end, but can you hear me straight? Because it's like a little bit of a glitch, like every 20 seconds.
I hear you fine.
Okay, it's bearable though, but it just glitches just a little bit.
But that's the whole thing. I mean, that's the whole point of my work. I'm like, look at what we're getting played as a society by a news that lies to us every day, a government that lies to us, rigged sports games. We're allowing ourselves to be played every single day. And here we have the knowledge to see right through it. So
it's like they're sucking our souls.
We're the cows. We're the goyim. We are the cattle to be used by the masters. We're supposed to be used. We're supposed to be used and abused however they see fit. You know, that's the plan.
It's funny. It's funny how they do it too, because I didn't see this movie until like 5 years ago, but this movie came out right after 9/11, Monsters Inc. And the whole premise of the movie is there's monsters out there that need to survive on the fear energy of people. Right. And again, if you watch that movie, when all these little cartoon character monsters come walking out in a line, the clock is right behind them above their heads, and the clock is set on 9/11. It's just like, come on, man.
I'm sorry to I just want to, because no one's brought this up. I was watching Die Hard with a Vengeance, the third one. Someone was talking about this a while ago, but they didn't notice this. Right when Samuel L. Jackson he gets to the subway, it goes to 9/11.
Yeah, they do that all the time. Hey, just a reminder to people, when you join the room, just make sure that if you're also watching the stream on a YouTube video, that you close that YouTube video. Otherwise, we'll get the feedback in also, because you should be able to just listen once you're in the StreamYard stream. Let's go through real quick, because we got a whole lineup of people who came in. Brian got in his 2 cents. Kayla did an awesome job. Jonathan's chimed in a little bit. Austin's chimed in. We haven't heard from Richard or Detroit Hackage yet. So let's just make sure everybody gets something to say, and then we'll just go through and we'll take our turn and we'll all get our piece in. But what's up, Richard?
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry, I had to shut YouTube's tab when I came on. I called to ask you about the text I sent you. Did you read that earlier with the link?
I don't know if I saw it yet. Hold on, I'm looking. What is it, Richard? What am I?
What it is we're all going to spend $200+ per night in a New Jersey hotel. I thought of timeshare, trying to find one, like finding a good legitimate one, and I found one. I don't know if it's real or fake or whatever, but I think just the idea, if it's worth inquiring, we could get like a 5-bedroom house for the weekend, and I'll pay $50 a piece or $100 a piece instead of $200 a night.
Well, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Some of the people did that who went to Oklahoma City. They got an Airbnb and rented a house. There's like 4 people that stayed in a house.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I just think that's a great idea, and we're already planning for the New York trip. A few more people have bought a GematriaEffectNews shirt, which has the 9/11 riddle on the back, and I sent you one too, Zach. It went out today. I hope you like it. I put the Flight AA-11 and the 77 on the back of yours.
Nice. Well, I think it's a great idea. So yeah, I didn't. Is that how much hotels are in Jersey City?
I did a quick Google search a few days ago, and pretty much everything I was seeing was $200 to $250. I'm sure if you want bed bugs, you can probably get one for $79, but
Sure. Okay.
So we're already planning. There's about 7 people, I think, coming with me in 2 cars from Chicago, Indiana, and Ohio, and Lauren Kelly's coming. She's from Tennessee, I think. So we're all meeting up here. So we're planning. I got about 1,000 business cards ordered, and I plan on ordering at least a couple thousand more. And we're going to have about 50 to 60 of the fours that Denise made for me last time in Oklahoma. We're going to have oodles of those folders with like 9/11 typed out, stuff so that when we're on the megaphone, other people can show the public, hey, check this out, read this real quick, show them the truth of 9/11. That's all I'm going to do.
I think what else we need is a microphone and a big speaker. I think we need that.
I'm going to buy a bigger megaphone like yours. Mine's half the size yours is. But yeah, a microphone, all that sounds great. But we're prepping now because it's only, what is it, 4 months away? That goes fast.
Before we know it. So.
We're coming through the door, bro. And I'm not going to be quiet like we kind of were quiet in Oklahoma City in my opinion. But that was because we were forced to. So,
right.
We were there. We did good, but we were pretty quiet. In New York, it's going to be more turned up, man.
Oklahoma City was a ghost town too. So yeah. I mean, that was the problem.
Absolutely.
You guys ever thought like pre-recording something and just having that play when you guys are all mingling?
What's that?
Like, you ever thought of like pre-recording something that's hella simple, and while you guys are all mingling, you just have that play?
That's a good idea. Zach's called to the NFL. Already got it queued up.
I love the idea of going to sports stadiums and pissing those people off, saying, your sports are rigged. Because that's a daily ritual people go to.
Those are dangerous people.
It's kind of like.
But how can people not know sports is a joke? I knew that shit as a kid.
Yeah.
When they used to rig the games for Michael Jordan.
I'll be honest.
outside the Sun Stadium right now.
Jordan.
I'd love to be outside the Sun Stadium right now. So.
I got family members who worship this sport.
Any stadium.
It helps them decompress.
Hold on, let's let Detroit Hackage get in. He's a new face to the Sunday night show. I'm glad he's here, and he's been so patient. What's up, Detroit?
What's up, Zach?
Thanks for coming on, man.
Man, I only had a quick little 2 cents to put in. I just wanted to say it's like I felt strongly that Dallas would end up winning the series once they ran the story about Devin Booker making fun of Luka. I know you know about he was talking about the Luka special. Because as soon as they did that, I instantly thought back to 2011 when Dwayne Wade and LeBron James was making fun of Dirk Nowitzki because he was sick for the game, and then they ended up winning that. And then now this is the first time Dallas has made it to the Western Conference Finals since 2011.
11 years later, how about that?
You can always count on an Arizona team to choke. You can always count on Phoenix to choke, baseball team, football team, hockey team, college. You can always count on an Arizona team to choke. You can guarantee that.
It seemed like they was trying to reuse the script. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas ended up winning the whole thing.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. The riddle's through Don Nelson for sure. Again, he coached Golden State in Dallas, and they advanced to the Western Conference Finals on his birthday. So, yeah, great observation.
Might be Lucas Stern.
Possibly.
And then back to what Taylor was saying about the museums. It's a museum here in Detroit called the Charles H. Wright Museum. And they got an African American like slavery exhibit that I went to as a kid. That's like it traumatized. You can find videos of it on YouTube where it's like they got slave ships and there's fake bodies of slaves on there, and they take kids there as a field trip.
Yeah, that's just like they were taking a bunch of little kids to that Oklahoma City museum on field trips that day there. So they're all going through that room hearing the bomb go off. Little ones. Yeah. Yeah, it's messed up, man. And that's what they get us at a young age. They get us like trapped in the things they want us to think about from a young age. So, indeed. I'm
gonna get off here and just keep listening to the show, though, man. I appreciate your work.
All right, appreciate you too, man. Thank you for hopping on tonight and sharing that. Great observation.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good one. Yo, what's up, Jeff? Jeff, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother, what's up?
Okay, people are ready for that next guitar lesson. When do you want to do it?
All right, check it out.
Yeah.
How's everybody for next Sunday?
Good, Jeff.
Things got a little crazy right before I was going to do the one a couple weeks ago, right?
Sure.
We can give I know we got a lot of Megadeth aficionados in the house tonight. Some of you may or may not have heard that David Ellison and I reunited for the first time to play Megadeth songs on stage since 1988. We played 3 tracks at the Whiskey A Go-Go on the Strip. Dinah sang on one of them. She's here stretching out right now. It went off great, and it's kind of been a whirlwind since then. And she also had a gig with her all-female AC/DC tribute. I want to give a shout out to the band's called Thunderstruck. And remember I told you last time about my channel where the 33 videos are? Music Lives Live. You can subscribe there. I'm going to be putting up some new video probably tomorrow. She played last night, so we just drove back in from San Diego. Like we literally just got in and we're beat. We're about to go to bed. But I didn't want to leave you guys hanging. So if you guys are up for it, we could do it next Sunday, and I'll give you kind of an outline of what the masterclass entails. If you go back and check the first one I did, if anyone that missed that one, and Zach, someone could put the link to that episode in the chat or in the comments after. It was
You're talking about the last guitar lesson, right?
Pardon?
You're saying to put up the link for the last time you did a lesson?
Yeah, the first master class. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That one was kind of a rhythm guitar 101 where I showed you using sacred geometry, which is appropriate and interlaced and interconnected, as we all discovered. It's how I teach all my students. I've been using this methodology for years. It was taught to me by a great jazz guitarist, Pat Martino. We talk all about it. Maybe you go back and watch that. That's on your channel, Zach. We did that on the Sunday night show. What was it, 4 weeks ago? Or
About a month ago, yeah.
Yeah. So
The episode you all said I was annoying.
say again?
So it's the episode you all said I was annoying.
Yeah, you're keeping it more on the downloaded day. You had a lot of questions that day. But so everyone could go back and check out that episode. It shows you how to make every chord on the planet in one lesson. I mean, usually I only get, how long we went that night? 6 hours?
It was a long show, probably.
I usually have 30 minutes to an hour to show a student this, and I can do it in that short a time. So that would be a great first starter. The next master class is going to be more of a lead guitar, all encompassing, where over all those chords that I show you how to play, and that you can easily make up new chord voicings on your own based on that first Sunday night show we did together. This next lesson, and why this was a little more difficult, the first lesson I could just talk and play guitar examples myself live on the show. For this one, I'm going to have to actually program a little bit of the show in advance into my looper. I'm going to have to play some chord progressions so you can hear the chords that I'll be soloing over, because in that lesson I'm going to teach you how to solo over any chord changes, even the sickest jazz changes, and understand how to do that in one lesson. And I give you a formula that you can put on an index card. And again, we could all probably dive into that formula because it's math and numbers. And,
Indeed.
And springboard off that. But how intuitive and interesting and I guess time saving is it that if you can get a quick 1 hour lesson, and this lesson actually is even faster than the rhythm guitar. I could show someone, if all you know is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, right? I can show you how to improvise over pop changes, of course, which was one side of the equation that we looked at, then also jazz changes, which are more complex altered chords, right? So if that sounds interesting, and we could go for that next week. And again, I can breeze through this in half hour, 45 minutes and questions, and hopefully other people will chime in with things that they see and maybe patterns or things they might recognize or light bulbs that may go off in their heads if they're a musician.
I feel like a lot of fairy tales pattern too. Twinkle,
Say
twinkle,
again?
star. Damn, it sucks. I'm not doing the had the same thing to them.
Yeah, we got an echo too. Somebody's got their YouTube video open, I think.
Yeah, it's cutting out a little bit. So I didn't hear what your question or.
Well, we'll get it next week, Jeff.
Yeah.
I will post last week's show, and then we'll do it next Sunday. A lot of people love the last lesson, so they're definitely looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, this is like the bookend companion to that. So if you like that, you kind of need this. If you like playing rhythm guitar and want to play lead a little better, this will help you. If you're more of a lead player, I mean, they kind of feed each other. And I think it's really interesting how I'll present it is I'll kind of give you a verbal outline, and I'll give you the formula. Again, you could put this on an index card, keep it in your music case, your guitar case, saxophone case, piano case, maybe not piano case, but like a keyboard case, or, have it on your music stand if you're improvising, if you're sitting in with some friends or by the campfire, you have it down there, and, hey, what key are we in? That's the only thing you're going to need to ask one question to solo over any chord changes, and that's what key are we, jamming over? And once you know that, and again, like the last lesson, you're going to have to practice the mechanics and the body technique to master what I'm saying, but I can give you the formula and the process, you know, and that cuts out at least a few decades of learning and stumbling about in the pasture, right?
Indeed.
So how about next week?
Next
Same
Sunday
bad
it
time,
is.
same bad channel.
Yeah, we'll be here.
All right. I would have done tonight, but we just got in. It's like from LA, what's it, a 4-hour drive, babe? And then the traffic, and you're just sitting. They call it the 405.
Horrible stretch of road.
Yeah, someone could chime with the gematria about that, but it's because most of the time you're going 4 or 5 miles an hour on the road.
405, yeah.
So what could be like maybe a 3-hour drive, maybe 3.5 is like.
Can we just stick to gematria? I'm sorry,
Who's
I don't know.
talking?
This is Austin. I just wanted to stay on topic because it's a special time. I don't know.
Man, it's all right. He's not going to come in here and dictate. No. See you later. So. Like, good.
So well, and that, on that note, I will let you guys go because my babe's literally right here behind the camera doing a little yoga before we go to bed here, and we're ready to cut out. It's our bedtime. We wake up at 4 a.m.
All right, Jeff. Well, I appreciate you chiming in, and we'll do the show next Sunday.
Yeah.
Bye, Jeff.
Thanks, all you
Cool.
guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
It'll be
All right,
fun.
have a good night, Jeff.
Tell that last guy that called in, he may want to take a week off.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, man. Talk to you later.
That's it. I think that might be the same guy who's always trolling in the chat saying how gay he is and how cute I am. I think because he's never come on before. I have a feeling that guy's a dedicated troll. So
Come on, Zach, you got to admire.
yeah, but no, it's just like an annoying troll. So anyway,
It's not
Sorry,
easy
you
to play good. It's
You
not
gotta laugh. If you're not
play
laughing, you're
guitar.
crying.
It's not easy to play guitar. Jeff is a good teacher. I'm taking notes.
I'm sorry. I just found, it's a special time. I'm trying to talk about.
oh man, I accidentally let in the same guy, but I kick him back out again. I won't make the same mistake twice. You can come back in 2 weeks. You're kicked out for 2 weeks. So
That's worse than me.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier, like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and like Rain Rain Go Away, Please Come Back Another. Like they all seem to have the same kind of tune.
Sure. They're all demonic.
Yeah, the Barney song and all that stuff.
Sure. Yeah, when we get Jeff back on, he's the music mind. He'd probably have a better answer for why that is. So.
Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, I just wanted to come on and say hi to all you guys again. And, if it's okay if I stick around for a little bit, appreciate everything you're doing, Zach, and everybody else and whatnot. So, and Richard out there, Richard's doing some great work too. I would advise people to subscribe to him. He's hitting it pretty well, as like you are with the store shooting and stuff. So,
sure. Just I see Richard dropped off. If people are planning to go to New York and you guys want to link up and rent a house together, that definitely is a lot cheaper way to go. I was just looking at hotels in Jersey City. It seems like they are more expensive than Oklahoma City, but that's not a surprise. But it looks like if you booked right now, you could still get like a decent hotel for.
Did you guys say you're near like Amherst Island there or something like that earlier? Because where I am in Kingston, like Amherst Island is right near me as well. And if I was to take
Richard's already in New York.
Yeah, the Thousand Island Bridge, I can go straight to New York from there. Because I want to come down from Canada for September 11th, man. I'm trying to get Julian as well to see if he's going to come down with me. I don't know if things are looking too good for that guy right now, though.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I was just gonna say, it looks like if you booked a hotel right now, you can get one for around $100 a night. So it's not quite as bad as Rich was saying, and it looks like I was just scanning real quick in the background. It looks like you can get a decent hotel for around 100 a night, maybe a little bit more than 100. It's not as cheap as Oklahoma City, but at the same time,
that's not really that bad.
I literally work and spend no money, so
that's
New York, not a big deal.
Yeah. If you're saving up, it's doable. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say there Game 6 the other day with the Leafs and the Lightning, you know, and all the sevens that Al called in about tonight. It was crazy. I remember that game ending, and each team had 34 shots, and the score was, you know, 4-3 or 3-4, 3-4 as posted on the screen. But you know, and seeing it come together tonight with a whole bunch of sevens, holy smokes, man!
Yeah, 7 overload. So, let's see. I'm making sure everybody's got in so far. DK Stonewood's trying to connect. DK, if we can't get your connection to work, you're welcome to call in. I've seen you calling in. It's just we've had so many people on. It was just hard to pick up your call. But now that we're through everybody who came in, if you want to call back, we can take your call that way. Is there anybody who's in the stream who's got something on their mind that they wanted to bring up who hasn't talked for a while?
Say hello. Hey, you can hear me, right, Zach?
I can hear you, Jonathan. Yeah.
Okay. I could go through my notes real quick. It's just quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just some 21s I noticed.
You saw that rapper died on his 59th day of his age at age 24, right?
Yeah, I'll get to
Okay.
Get to that. It made Snoop Dogg the president of Def Jam, right? These are just some 21s that I noticed. Def Jam equals 21, full reduction. Snoop has a song called 21. He said on Drink Champs recently that he made $21 million new album in the metaverse, which I don't even know how that's possible, but
right.
I don't know anything about the metaverse or NFTs. So his mother died in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
On the song Murder Was the Case, he said his mother wouldn't make it to 22. His first song, Deep Cover, came out on 4/9/92. He was 20 years old at the time, meaning he was in his 20th year of his.
Jonathan, just so you know, your connection is cutting out a little bit, so we're missing some of what you're saying. Oh, did he freeze? Can you hear me right now? I think
DR equals 20.
Oh, shoot. He might not hear me.
Oh, you can't hear me?
You started to cut out a little bit, so we missed some of what you said.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll go back. So I was saying it was, let's see, I'll go back. So did you hear that? Okay, I said it was the number 21. Right? You can hear me, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. The word Def Jam equals 21. Made Snoop the president of. He has a song called 21 Jump Street. He said on Drink Champ $1 million off his new album in the metaverse. His mother died in 2021. On the case, he said his mother wouldn't make it to 22, and his mother died in 21. His first song, Deep Cover, came out on 4/9/92. He was 20 years old that year of his life. The word, the second song on BODR, which stands for back on. By the way, BODR equals 21. And can
you are cutting in and out, but I'm following you. So his new thing, Back on Death Row, is abbreviated BODR, and 21 to go with the 21
equals
million.
21.
What's funny is it looks like that headline about him making 21 million first broke on April 18th. But if you search that headline, you'll see it was published everywhere on April 21st. On the 21st, that headline was everywhere that he made 21 million in the metaverse.
On the 21st. Wow.
Yeah. But the news did actually break before that, but just a ton of the publications are April 21st. That headline was everywhere.
Wow. Well, now check it out. On his latest album, he has a song called Gunsmoke. It's the second song on the song was produced by High Tech. High Tech, biggest hip hop producer to ever Cincinnati. Hey, he's the biggest hip hop. So High Tech has produced songs for Snoop before, but what are the? He produces the second track on the new album that dropped on the day, and Snoop performed at halftime of this game, and it was Eddie. So this producer from Cincinnati, and then even at the beginning of the song, he gives the producer a shout out. He's like, "High Tech, what's up to the Natty?" Like what are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? You know what I mean?
Sure.
And the Rams are playing the Bengals in the game,
Right.
and at
right.
at the same game where he's.
Yeah, more evidence of the script.
So the president of Jeff Jam, and the first person he signed was Benny the Butcher from Buffalo, right? You've been talking about Buffalo, right?
Uh-huh.
And single on Def Jam was called Murder Music.
Right.
Music, and now we have this mass shooting in Buffalo. Now, while not just Benny the Butcher, but it's Conway the Machine, is West Side Guns, Buffalo rap are winning, right? And at the same time, the Bills are supposedly the favorites to win the Super Bowl. So now I'm going to talk about 59. I don't have a lot. This is basically it. So Ghostface Killer, new Kendrick Lamar, which just dropped Friday. It's called Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. New York declared 5/9/22 Ghostface Killer Day. So on 5/9, New York declared this day, 5/9. And his birthday's on 5/9. So they declared on 5/9. And we know about 5/9, right? Slave, Negro, blues.
We got all kinds of examples last week. We got Jerry Judy shamed in the 59 ritual. We got the Michigan State player dead in the 59 ritual. We got Lil Keed dead on his 59th day of his age. We got all kinds of 59 rituals.
Okay, so now to Lil Keed, right? Like you just mentioned, is dead on his 59th day of his age. Atlanta, Georgia equals 59 in the pure cipher. And then you have
the
Atlanta,
Michigan
Georgia.
State player who died. I think he died in Atlanta, Georgia too, now that I think about it.
Okay. Atlanta, Georgia equals 1 in the simplest cipher. Lil Keed equals 131. So you have Atlanta, Georgia 131, Little Keed 1, and we know that 131, we affiliate that number with the championship, right? It's the championship number, 131. Mm-hmm. Young Thug is his big star, right? Out of Atlanta. So it's almost like is this the championship? Is this what you get? Like if you become this big famous star and this is the prize you get, like it's like them winning the is Young Thug is in jail, Gunna's in jail, he this group as well. So it's almost like both of the big stars, these are big stars. Think about his name, Young, and now he's going to prison. This right? Young Thug and Gunna are in jail. Now Lil Keed's dead. And what are the odds that Lil Keed died? All this shit is happening at 24 years old.
Right. And we heard some of that the other week, how 24 is pretty much just the reflection of 42, and then he's dead at 24. So.
And then when last week was in 2020, right? Dropped to 0. That's another 24. And then the big kill was Kobe, and Kobe used to wear the number 24.
Sure.
So 204 dead rappers. Kobe used to wear the number 24. Lil Keed dead at 24. And it's like, and then they dropped this 56 on you with the 56 count indictment. And then they threw the 88 in there, and H is the 8th letter. So the abbreviation of hip hop is 88. because there was something else about 88. I don't know if it was 88 charges.
The word rapper is 88.
Yeah, they threw the 88 in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like, what are the odds of this? Like, goes to jail, Gunner goes to jail, and Lil Keed, who's signed to Young Thug. So Gunner is also signed in all this, and then you got 131. Like, this is almost like you're gonna be dead or in prison is almost like the message that they send when you become you get a certain amount of fame. You get fame for them to kill you, or this is what they want to just put in their head, like, you know, all these rappers, only thing they do is go to jail and die. That's it. That's basically hip hop now. Like, you just either go to jail or you die.
It is. It's crazy. I mean, in the 90s, it was something that happened maybe once a year, and now it seems like it happens almost once a week. So,
yeah, I mean, 250 dead rappers last year.
Right. Was that last year or 2020? That was 2020, right?
2020, 204. Last year, 250. This year, who knows what it's going to be? It's going to probably break the record from last year.
Huh. Okay.
So that means if you get like 300, you get 300 dead rappers a year, that's damn near one every day. You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we were to get like 300 this year.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I got the song of the week, but we could save it for the end. Okay. But that's just some 21s I noticed. That's a lot of 21s. And for him to claim that he made $21 million in the metaverse off that, I don't understand. I want to get in it. I mean, like, how do you get into this? Even real? Like,
how do you make money in the metaverse? How do you do that? Like, what do you mean?
It's just
like
bullshit. Like, how do you make $21 million off this garbage ass album? Like, it's fucking bullshit. Like, it's bullshit. Like, how is that even possible? Nobody listens to Snoop.
Is there like an answer? How do you make money in the metaverse?
He's claiming he made $21 million off this album, and like, what the fuck? Nobody even fucking listens to this shit. And then you don't get paid. You don't get paid money off of streams. Like, you know, like, I think you get like a penny per stream or something like that. So they changed the whole record industry. Before, you used to have to go buy the CDs at Sam's or Specs or Sam Goodies. You used to have to actually go to the store to buy the tape or the record or the CD. Now it's streams, right? But they don't get paid shit off streams. I think it's like a penny or two per stream. Now it's the record label that, like, what's the actual worth of a stream? Like, the record label now is getting the majority of the money and giving the artist like 1 or 2 cents a stream. So he dropped this. So instead of him focusing on, even though you can stream the album, he said that he put it in the metaverse, made $21 million. And there's all these 21s with Snoop. Jesuit equals 21. The first time we ever heard of him, he was in his 21st year of his life. Def Jam equals 21. He was the president of Def Jam. It's all these 21s. But he has a song called 21 Jump Street.
Yeah, we know that's big.
So it's just some 21s that I noticed, you know, so. But I could let somebody else go, and I could save the song of the week for last.
Okay, we got a new participant. What's up, man?
I see that. Yeah.
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Doing well. Thanks for joining.
Appreciate it for letting me join.
Of course.
I had a question regarding Gematria. The theme of the show was, how can we get people to follow? Or am I on the right?
Sure. Well, I'm glad you actually read the title on the show and wanted to chime in on the topic, because almost no one does that, but that's okay. People usually just come on here and share whatever's on their mind. But yeah, whatever your question is fine. I'm listening.
Okay, appreciate it. So I just got done with school, college, for a year, bachelor's degree, and I think I had a teacher. I don't know if he was an Orthodox Jew or Orthodox Jew. I don't know which the difference. I know he just wore that.
Sure.
But so I asked one day about Gematria because I'm fairly new. I started getting around the Super Bowl year where Tom Brady won, like 2 seasons ago. And so I'm still learning and I'm chiming. But I asked him, and he told me that real Gematria like really work with the alphabetic system so young. But then he didn't really want to go into really explaining to what it was. So I don't.
Sure. So what a Jew's going to tell you is that real gematria, and I mean in a way they're right. The original gematria is taking the Hebrew alphabet and decoding the Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible that the Abrahamic religions are based in. That's originally what gematria was, and to have better insight into the scripture of the Torah. And the thing is, what these Jews need to open their mind to is the fact that code's been taken and put in the English language, and now it's being used in a way that's more relevant than anything from their old Hebrew gematria teachings. I mean, you can get on YouTube and watch Jews go over Hebrew gematria in the Bible, and it's kind of interesting, but it's not. You could watch 20 hours of Jews decoding the Torah with Hebrew gematria, and there'd be some things in there that are interesting. Already the stuff we've talked about in tonight's show is a million times more interesting than 20 hours of watching a Jew decode the Torah, because what we're talking about is how this code's being used to manipulate our reality every single day, which is, I mean, because even if you listen to Jews talk about gematria, they'll talk about the downside and the good side of the knowledge. And, you know, I mean, what we're showing is how this same idea, this same code, and it is biblical. Again, it's just like Genesis 11:9 is where the story of the Tower of Babel ends, the tower to divide the world. Well, take a look at that in light of what happened on 9/11. And so, again, I mean, for that professor, what I'd say to him, I'd say, okay, look at this, though. Let's look at the gematria of the English language and how this is being used ritualistically every day to contrive the news, to rig the elections, to rig the sports game, and tell me, which gematria teaching actually looks more relevant and interesting to our times? I mean, that's what I'd say. Am I hearing you right based on what you were saying and responding appropriately, or am I missing the point here?
No, you got it. You hit it dead on. But then I want to also go into, because he was talking about how the Kobe and the rapper and how it all connected. Like I said, I'm fairly new, so I'm still trying to figure out how all these numbers are important. And when I am related to my circle or the people that I really want, I think should know this, they just bombard me with a lot of questions. And now this rapper plays into this professional team that's across the town, and then I got to try to explain to them how the news is all contrived into it. And I think I just got to the point to where, because I heard you say before, we should start our own community of people who want to be self-sufficient, and I'm 100% agree with that. But it's how can we get the people that's not woke, because it's like they're still there is individuals and they're still in the system, but do we just leave them behind, and do we just not put the information out there and keep it to ourselves, or do we just...
If we did that, we'd essentially become our own secret society. So that's why that doesn't seem like the right answer to me. I mean, it's a tough question, because it's like, I feel like if we can't wake people up and we keep trying to wake them up, we're all going to sink on the same ship together. But it's a tough question. It's like a catch-22 situations, like what it is. But I feel like the right thing to do is keep trying to wake these people up. And what I'm working on right now is I'm going to try to bust out a bunch of short books that just focus on one number. Like, for example, I mean, just in the last week alone, I got like 5 more examples of black men being killed and shamed by the number 59. And I've been teaching about this for 9 years now. And if I just went through and just decided to make a book on just 59 and all the black rituals that I've documented of black men, it's not just men, sometimes women too, but it's mostly men and women being killed and ritually humiliated in the news. I think every single black male, or every black, even outside of black people, I think every person in the world who speaks English should be able to look at that and be like, okay, that is way too many examples of that going on. I got to look more into that. And again, to me, it's an easy example for people to grasp, because it's like, think about it. Motown Records came out in 59. Black History Month ends on the 59th day of the year. And just with the most simple cipher, because the most simple cipher is the one that people really get. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, up to Z is 26. Slave, Negro, Blues, Rasta. They're all 59. And look at what they keep doing every time these 59 dates roll around. And I feel like if we just kept it real simple like that and just gave people those examples, that would be something most people could wrap their mind around. I think in a way it's like I don't feel like I overcomplicate it, but I think at the same time for a lot of people it still might be a little bit too complicated when you start talking about running the alphabetic order forwards and backwards. So I'm just trying to get it real simple and undeniable so that people can just follow along and say, okay, I got to learn more about this. There's way too much of this going on. And
if may I,
Well,
Zach,
honestly, that's what
I
I'm
want to
trying
agree
to.
with you. Sorry. Well, you can go.
Honestly, what I'm trying to trim the fat of my book too. Like I've overcomplicated it as well, so I'm trying to trim the fat and keep it down. It's just like we're saying. You're just saying with the odds that they make Ghostface Killer Day 5/9/22. His birthday's on. That's what I'm trying to do. Like I'm trying to once you get my book, you can see that the number and the numbers. Why is it so affiliated with the death of these rappers? The number 30. That's what I'm trying to do is trim down the fat. Like you're saying, when you focus on one number, people will get it better. And that's what I'm trying to do. My book, so it's not.
You're cutting out in and out a lot, but I know what you're saying. And yeah, with rappers, there's so many that have died by the number 38. You could just make one book and not cover any number but 38.
I remember Jonathan a while ago even covering like Chief Keef and like I'm pretty sure Kamala. Like a lot of them are from the same area as well. Jonathan,
he might be cutting in and out
Yeah,
again.
no, yeah, they're all from the. Yeah, a lot of them are from the same neighborhood.
Growing up in the same neighborhood, you know, all in linked together.
O Block. They say what's her name? Obama's wife. Celebrities came from this one specific Parkway Garden. They O Block. So they say King Von came from there. Michelle Obama came from there. Chief Keef. You know, all these famous people.
Must be something in the water.
Even another example for the new guy, like this year, from what Zach showed us and other people, like Matt Stafford, Scotty Scheffner, and another name there. They
Clayton
all went
Kershaw.
to the Clayton Kershaw. They all went to the same high school together, I believe, there in New Jersey. And like, again, what are the chances? Like Zach usually says, right? It's just and all in the same year too. It's like, oh,
they all went to the same rich high school in Dallas area.
Sorry.
Yeah. So
it's a coincidence, guys. What are you talking about? Just kidding.
Oh, when you
hold on, let's go back. Let's go back to the
about-
man who asked the question though. He's like, do we wake these people up or do we just gotta like create our own community and say, forget it, these people don't want to wake up?
Well, I wanted to throw in there, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but no, we keep saying what we want, but like let's not dread on the fact that we're not getting new people. Like if they want to listen, they'll listen. But like you keep doing what you're doing, Zach, 100%, because you're giving facts. And if they don't want to listen to facts, that's their own fault.
The thing is, here's what I know, though. We could get a lot of new people if a lot of new people were exposed to the information and it was taught to them properly. It's just like when we were in Oklahoma City. I didn't have any negative interactions. I didn't have a single person be like, oh, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. I heard a lot of people like, wait a minute, where can I find out more information about that?
Well, that's because what you're saying it doesn't come with negative intention. To be honest, you're saying a fact. There is no lie. When someone says, oh, it's a coincidence, cool, it's a coincidence. It's still a fact that those numbers match up. There's no lie about that.
But then they
Hey, DK, sit tight. I'm going to keep you on the phone, but we'll chime in here in a second. Okay.
I just want to say that, sorry.
To go back to the gentleman who joined us, though, for the first time, he hasn't spoken for a minute. I was trying to answer his question, but how do you feel as a new person? And just so you found this work, you said about 2 years ago, Super Bowl 50, what would that have been? Super Bowl 55.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been trying to share this, I imagine, a little bit with your own community.
Yeah.
Has anyone in your community received the work, or have you mostly just gotten kind of like flack back and just people like dismissing it?
Honestly, I got a couple friends who look into it, and they're really into it deep. Like they do their own decodes on what's going on in the world and stuff, but they primarily use it for sports.
Sure.
So out of them 3 people specifically, I mean, I got a couple people who looked at it. I mean, like I said, I got to it 2 years against the Super Bowl, and it was the NBA with the Lakers in the after the bubble. That when they lost to the when they got 4-1 by the Suns last year, and I was heavy on the Lakers because I was doing my decodes, my own decodes, and I presented it to my friends, and I kind of think that messed me up with trying to prove the validity of gematria, but then I'm trying to tell them like it's different patterns for this is how they get you, and they understand like why would people go through all of this just to confuse and manipulate it?
And again, it's just like if you really pay attention, I mean, so the people who don't want to, the people who want to think that this isn't going on, I mean, they're going to create an excuse in their mind. But it's like, just look at tonight. Again, the first time in any city's history that there's been 2 Game 7s on the same day. Just happens to be on Luka Doncic's 77th day of his age. And it just happens to be Don Nelson's birthday. And now his 2 former teams in the West are going to face each other in the Western Conference Finals on his birthday. I mean, that's where people got to say, like, okay, that cannot be a coincidence. And again, like I was saying, Dallas a few years ago had that 7-7 mass shooting. So there's something about that number in that city that even predates Luka Doncic being on the team. So
you could even tell the new guy, the 21s with Russell Wilson, Zach, even what you told me with the Golden State and Cleveland that year, those are great examples, man. Like even for a guy like me that's just basic.
Yeah, exactly. LeBron coming back and winning on the real King James's birthday. I mean, how can't this be scripted?
Yeah, that was honestly wow. When I
what's up, gang? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. There's a couple new people that came in the room. We can hear you.
I just say I love y'all. I gotta go to bed. It's late.
All right, Brian. You have a good night, man. Tell your family we said hi.
All right, man.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Later, man.
Yeah, for the new gentleman in the room, it was MRB came in and then
That's
Lucas. Me. So we'll go MRB and then Lucas, and then everybody else who wants to hang in, we'll go round robin. DK Stonewood's on hold too. So DK, you'll be up too. Sorry, man. Go ahead, MRB.
Yeah, I'm more so just listening. I like just hearing you guys talk about things. I'm always trying to portray it to people that we're speaking in numbers and creating the reality and exposing it in that kind of light of, the Matrix is literally real in that kind of light. I have very short interactions with people though when I'm doing I do a Lyft driving, so I try to get the cool people when they come into my car. I try to have the conversation if they'll have the conversation. And
sure.
Yeah. I just think it's I wanted to touch on the shooting thing. I think the shooting thing is very interesting right now with the blood moon that's going on. I just think that was like pretty ironic, isn't it? Like
right.
But
right. Indeed. And again, there's an eclipse too, right? So
right.
It's just like you watch old horror movies. They'll show like the full moon's out. Sometimes there's the eclipse in it. And it's exactly this weekend of tragedy, just shootings all over the place. I mean,
exactly.
It was Friday the 13th the other day.
Friday the 13th. Jason going off for nearly 50 points and a big win. And then Milwaukee, not only did they lose the game, but then there's mass shootings all over the city. It's just like, come on, man.
Exactly.
From what happened in Milwaukee. And when I first seen it, I instantly knew it had to do something with it. Like, and I just couldn't get past it. And I just seen all the 13s and how it related.
Yeah. One thing I want to say too for the new people is stick around, man. Zach has, there are different codes and stuff that he brings out, but stick around. I've been here for 2 years. I'm still learning. I'm still reading, but I'm telling you guys right now, I was watching a lot of what I thought, conspiracy or truth videos for years growing up. And when I first came on here, I said it, man, you can just feel it. And when Zach explained it with the numbers, it's like, holy cow, man, here's the secret code, right? How they're doing things. And I just advise people, don't give up, stick around, man, because it starts to get easier and easier, man. And you'll just, your friends and stuff, they're probably going to shy away from you, dude. If they do stick around though, that's awesome. But yeah, stick around, brother, because there's a lot more, dude.
Definitely will. I'm locked in with all of this because it's just I just be so frustrated seeing all of this and what's going on, like genuinely from my heart. And it's just, I just really want to make a change, but it's like I've come to the point to where you can't help everybody unless they want to be helped. And that's why.
That's true.
For sure, brother. For sure, man. I live in Kingston, dude. I got like no friends here, man. I grew up in Mississauga. Yeah, I had friends and stuff. Once I moved here, you know, trying to make friends and stuff, it's just I gave up on it. I met a beautiful girl, and that's it. That's, you know, I'm just a happy guy that way. So it's not a big deal.
I actually live in like a nice college town, so the downtown area has a lot of bars and stuff like that. And usually during the day, on nice days, there's a lot of people walking around. So
nice, man. Yeah, Kingston's definitely like that with St. Lawrence here, and yeah, the university there. So
right. Did Lucas get a chime in yet?
No, I'm trying to hear you guys, and on my internet connection it's really bad, but I was just focusing on listening and waiting for my moment to strike here.
But yeah, you've been hanging in there. So if you want to get your piece in, and then we'll let DK get in because he's waiting here on hold on the phone too. But go ahead, Lucas.
Sorry, I've seen your, what was it, tops friendly markets or whatever, and the numbers there 88 and 160 or 263, correct? And there was another number 88 in a sports game you're talking about. I can't remember, but I was looking at I live in Edmonton, and there was a clutch Edmonton versus LA game yesterday, and I dug deep into that game, and I looked at a lot of different things, but can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit too, but we can mostly hear you.
LA was on 88 all-time wins, and LA Kings equals 24, I believe, and 89. And I thought that was going to come through. I thought LA was going to win, and there was just so many numbers in this game. I think Edmonton Oilers were on 599 all-time playoff losses or something, and that was Saturday is 109, and LA Kings was 109. That was like the only thing the Oilers had going for them, is staying on those losses. And the goalies in that game, the bottom line is the LA goalie picked up his 263rd loss, and the Oilers goalie stayed on 263. That's his 56 prime number losses. So they both connected, and then I seen that with the tops friendly market. That's the information I needed yesterday.
Oh, right. Yeah, they showed a 56 in there. There's a chart, yeah.
Yeah, the playoffs can be tricky because they're series. It's just like the NHL regular season is a lot easier than the playoffs, and that's the same with the NBA too. But then sometimes you get a big whopper like how they line up the 77s in Dallas today. So, yeah, regular season's usually easier than the playoffs because series make things more challenging. DK, you've been on hold for a long time too, man. What's on your mind tonight?
Oh, actually, this is the easiest way for me. I don't mind at all. That way I can kind of regulate, like when you just call on me. The other thing is just going in and out so much. I got to look back constantly to see if I'm even still in the show, you know?
Sure.
Yeah, you know what I was just thinking, like probably the last maybe week, listening to you talk about the sports, like you have like Phoenix, you know, and then the city, and then, you know, like the Phoenix bird, which is a bird allegorically that, you know, goes through a like metamorphosis or whatever. It goes into the sun, you know, catches fire, you know, like allegory, like it you know, it gained consciousness. Then, like, let's just say it's coming back to Earth. You would have the Phoenix coming out of the sun, you know, the Phoenix suns. Then the next planet it's going to go by is Phoenix is going to go by the Mercury. You know, then you have the Phoenix Mercury. Then all the rest of the Arizona teams are just called Arizona. You know, only those two are called like Phoenix. I don't know if that has any.
That's what I think about, because the women's team is called the Phoenix Mercury, and one of the big stories is their player that's supposedly in Russia right now, and you know she's not in the season because of that whole thing. And again, today, the Phoenix Suns season ends on Mercuralia. Today's the celebration of Mercury, May 15th. So there's definitely something going on there with that.
Yeah, that was just my brainstorm. I'll leave it up to you and the rest of the community to take it any further.
Yeah.
And then like I was telling you maybe a few shows ago, like after, you know, a couple different researchers in the past that I've been communicating with after a while, like I don't even need to send them the information. They're just getting it out of the ether. And I heard like maybe your first 20-minute intro, and then I was like popping in and out, and I came back and I was listening to the call. It was the black woman talking about like, but I get it, but what's it all for? What's it all for? And I'm thinking in my head, when I call in, I'm going to say, this woman should watch Monsters, Inc. And then like 15, 20 minutes later, you're talking about Monsters, Inc. I'm like, maybe I don't even have to call in. I'll just send telepathic messages and, you know, it's just going to work. So, yeah.
Again, for all the people out there who never seen Monsters, Inc. because it's a kid's cartoon, you really should watch that movie because I swear to God, that's the movie where they told us exactly what they're up to. So,
Or
that's a
the
good
old
movie.
movie, The Stand, the old Stand.
Consuming it or whatever, and maybe there's another level to that people don't get. Like these cohorts of these folks who are collecting the loosh aren't necessarily physical here on Earth with us, but they have their cohorts here creating a situation like the farmers. You know, the actual owner of the farm, you know, isn't farming. He's got all the slaves out there, the you know, porch monkeys out there doing all the, you know, so to speak, from the slavery days, doing all their work for them. One thing I wanted to mention is that what's going on with the shootings and baseball? I was popping in too much in and out. I know you were talking about sports a lot. What's the connection right now between these shootings and baseball? I'm not following any of the sports. I just kind of know what's going on with the
I don't know if there was necessarily a connection with baseball. It's the fact that they announced that the first NFL game of the season is going to be the Rams and the Buffalo Bills, the Los Angeles Rams and the Buffalo Bills. They announced that 2 days before the shooting in Buffalo, and then there ended up being a grocery store shooting in LA as well. And from the day of the shooting to that game is 117 days, and Buffalo Bills equals 117, and Grand Central equals 117 because the LA shooting was at the Grand Central Market. So I did bring up also the thing about last year, what they did with the shooting at the Washington Nationals game, but
well, I'll tell you, we'll go into that. I'll tell you what like triggered in my head is when I heard the Tops market. I was like, what does this have to do with baseball? If you remember back when we were little kids.
Trading cards.
Yes.
The cards.
The Tops. And Tops was the biggest, and you had like Donruss and Fleer. This is before even like Upper Deck and all these other ones even came out. That's why I asked you about the baseball. But they also had basketball cards and everything else.
Right.
And then the Grand Central Market, it's not a grocery store. What it is it's like a big food court, similar to like a food court in a big mall.
Okay.
And it was the old Grand Central. It's a play on Grand Central Station, New York, because that was the old, like after during the gold rush, and then when they started like developing out here, that was like the main train station. So it was like Grand Central Station. Then it became the main like bus station. And, you know, the Rockefellers took all that shit out, you know, so public transport. So we'd all have to, you know, run our cars and, you know, buy more oil from them. So Standard Oil or Sony can make a bunch of more money, you know. So that's all it is. It's Grand Central Market. It's a place where you go hang out on the weekend. There's a lot of like, you know, like hot Mexican chicks go there. You know, it's like a Latino area. So I have friends that go there, and he was just telling me yesterday at the park. He's like, "Man, did you hear about the shooting at Grand Central Market?" I'm like, I did, but I haven't heard any. I'll get back to you on it because I wanted to hear what the gematria and stuff on it was. So yeah, I don't know if the Tops one is an actual like grocery store, but Grand Central Market is definitely not a grocery store. Nor is there like a grocery store inside the building. Grocery stores are like. Downtown LA is weird. There's a newer Whole Foods that's fairly close to it, but that's a whole area that's been set up for entertainment, like making money. There's, you know, you buy a bunch of different beers there, tacos, chicken. So they have all the different like kinds of like ethnic foods there in a big food court, calling it Grand Central Market.
I see. Okay. The one other thing about the Top store that I think I forgot to mention is their logo is a cube, and the cube represents Saturn, and the shooting was on Saturday. So I don't think that's an accident either.
Oh yeah. That's a great one right there. I forgot to point out that when I was talking about the Hadron super colliders and telling people that CERN isn't really the most important one. It's Brookhaven Labs, New York, which was established first in 1947, and their logo is a cube in a cube, like a black cube portion being taken out of the cube. And I didn't even know that until I was looking it up to just to have it on my screen so I know what to talk about. And then I'm like, oh shit, look at their logo, and that's where they put the original black cube condensate. In 1947, it was moved there when they developed that thing. So another cube logo.
Yeah, go figure.
I had a couple more things, but I can't remember it right now. So just go on, and if I remember,
But you know what? Honestly, when I saw the Topps grocery store, I thought about the same thing. The playing cards. Didn't the Topps cards used to have the stick of bubble gum in them, or was?
I think you're right about that.
Yeah, they had the bubble gum in the stick, like a little stick of gum in them.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody watched the actual footage of that shooting, but it just seemed a little.
Indeed.
It just seemed a little cinematic.
Little rehearsed.
Suspect.
The way people fell, the way people were, it just something was not right with it. It was all glitched out. They killed it. I don't know.
The one thing that also doesn't make sense, if he's a white supremacist and he went there, why is the first person he kill? Why does he kill a white person? So.
And also, if you watch it, I mean, I'm kind of like a meticulous. When he opens the door, you can see before he gets out that the gun is on the passenger side. I mean, obviously you don't see him reach for it, but all of a sudden he's on 2 feet and he's out and he's got it up and you don't even see him like reach across the car to get the gun. I have an AR-15. It's a big ass gun. He's driving a little. I don't even know what kind of car he's driving, but it's a small car. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something just seemed.
What kind of gun they say he had?
Because he said he had an AR-15.
AR-15.
Yeah.
I was saying yesterday
They always
on
say
Richard's channel there, reminded me from the video that you made when the shooting happened last year at King Supers, it was. And the video that the guy had there, when he was inside it just looks so fake, man. And just weird sounds in the background, but you don't see any like alertness or like we gotta, you know what I mean? Just
right. There's so much they can do now. I feel like with the CGI and everything else, we can film a building and then tell you it's on fire later, and it never even was burning.
Yeah.
Just tell you that story.
Yeah,
So
they make it look so realistic.
exactly.
I'm glad I came back. I had to go in and out because I could hear you guys clear now. I was glitching a lot. Did you guys ever hear anything I said?
I heard most of what you said. Yeah, you made your points. I mean, there might have been a few things that we missed, but
Okay.
we got almost all of it.
So what's for the new person? What city are you in?
Me?
You talking about me?
Yeah, no, you right.
Oh, I'm in the southern tier of New York currently.
No,
But
I was talking to you in the corner.
Oh, Jalen.
My bad.
yeah.
I'm in the corner on my screen.
Right
Yeah,
now,
you are.
so right now I'm posted in Wisconsin because, like I said, I just got done with school. But I'm mainly in the south suburbs of Chicago.
Oh, okay. Because I could read you like so many rappers that died in Chicago. Shit,
Yeah.
the first rapper that died in 2021 was from Milwaukee, and it was all hooked up with the Bucks. The first rapper to die in 2021 was from Milwaukee, and then next thing you know, the Milwaukee Bucks win the championship.
I remember a video too, like when I first started with Zach, and thank you, John, as well, because it was for the new guy. It was when Busta Rhymes dropped his new album. Man, you got to go back and watch that video that Jonathan and Zach did there. They talked about a lot of different hip hop people, and the number 22 was Sacrifice, and just a lot of other things when the coronavirus erupted and whatnot. And check it out, man.
Extinction Level Event sequel album is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The one he just recently dropped, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Probably 2 years ago now, wasn't it? Probably 2
Yeah,
years?
about 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
But I could read you like, okay, look, I could give you a little bit from, like, for example, one of the last rappers that died in 2020, right, was a rapper from the UK. He was stabbed to death on 12/11/2020. And most rappers get stabbed in the UK because guns are outlawed.
Yeah.
So on this day, this was a date with 27 date numerology. As you know by now, 27 is the ritual number. He was 22 years old when he was killed. Speaking of 22, 22 is the master builder number. The word satanic equals 22. To show you the relevance of the number 22, on 2/2/22, T. Wu, a rapper from New York, will be shot and killed at the age of 22. The media reported he was shot around 2:20 p.m. T. Wu had just signed a record deal before he was killed. Just signed a record deal. Swazino, this rapper from the UK, Swazino, who got one of the last rappers to die in 2020. His name was Swazino. Swazino's real name was Alinjabwa Savwale. That equals 162. He died in Colchester. Colchester equals 162. The end equals 162 in Jewish gematria. And his life ended on this date, 12/11/2020. He was a 25-year-old man was charged with his murder. The word death equals 25. Time equals 25. And
boom.
Alinja Wasawale equals 54. Colchester 54. Jesuit order equals 54. So that's basically like how my book is. It just describes what happened to every rapper.
Do you have a YouTube page?
Yeah, I do. It's One Infinite Consciousness.
One Infinite Consciousness? Okay, I'm gonna check you out.
You got to do the number one and the word infinite all together with no space. One infinite, number one infinite space consciousness, and then it'll come up.
Okay, let me write this down.
So when
Zach's channel, Jonathan's channel, and Rambo's channel. If you haven't seen Rambo's channel, check it out, man. And even Fake Mike Real News. Those 4 channels connect pure truth, man. I swear to God, it's all right there in the handbasket for people.
Man,
Rambo's doing a great job.
But the thing is, it's just you can't deny it. Like all the numbers line up, the symbol lines up, the history with it lines up, and I just don't understand. Like, I mean, people don't get it, especially around my age because I'm 23. So it's like, people around me is into partying, the music, the sports, and it's like you tell them that all this is staged, and then it's like, well, prove it. And then, like I said, I try to prove it, and then they just fluster me with questions and questions and questions and questions. And it's just...
Isn't it funny, man? We all go through the same thing. It's like, they'll question us to death, even though we got more proof than the media, but then they don't question the news. They just go along with anything in the news. It's like, aren't they questioning the sports game like that? Did you just watch this game? Like, there's a million things to just question that just happen. It's just...
I'll tell you right now, man, one of the biggest things for me to get over when I first learned this stuff was my own fucking ego, dude.
That actually is it right there. I mean, that's the whole problem because... See, everybody, they don't want to admit that the game's rigged because they've been so into the game their whole life. So now if the game's rigged, you're admitting it's been fooling you your whole life.
And exactly, that ego wants to keep you safe.
In 2012, when the Ravens won, because I grew up a Ravens fan, I seen
the Harbaugh Bowl. The Harbaugh Bowl.
Yeah, that's right, and when I grew up, I remember my neighbor Ryan, we played, I think it was Madden 05, when Ray Lewis was on the cover. He's like, choose a team, man, because I was just new to learning football then. I'm like, I'll just choose this team. You're telling me they got a good defense, blah, blah, blah. And, by the time, I think it was like 2017 or 2018, 2019 maybe, when I first heard Zach, it took me like 3 to 6 months, man, to get over my own ego before I really just brought it in and be like, and now I feel fine about things. You just got to get over that, and like you said, Zach, I think everybody deals with that when they first hear something like this, man. And if they don't get over it, well, fuck them.
But I didn't really, when I first learned gematria, I just caught on like immediately after the first video. I didn't have like any problem with my ego or nothing. I mean, like I learned the first video I ever saw was he was talking about how the Broncos won Super Bowl 50, right? And Peyton Manning wears the number 18, and his first pass was an 18-yard pass to number 81, which is the reflection.
In his 18th season.
Which is the reflection. So that was the first video I ever saw of that.
Was that
and I just caught on immediately, like because I always knew it was something to numbers, and I knew the games was rigged. And man, you always knew it was something that, especially after 9/11, like it was just so obvious. 911. I mean, it's just so obvious.
And this year, if you guys haven't noticed, there's been like 2 or 3 deaths with Denver, right? Demarius Thomas was one. Like I commented on one of Zach's videos how sad it was, man, to hear about Dwayne Haskins Jr. I remember him on the TV with Don Mariucci there, and he was asking him some questions and it's just so fucking sad, man. You want to
Dwayne
see
Haskins was from. Didn't he die in South Florida somewhere?
Well, supposedly he was hit by a dumpster truck walking down the highway
in South Florida.
Hold on a
second.
second.
Florida,
DK, call me back in 2 seconds. I'm going to hang up on you, but call me back.
Okay.
Here, this is the truth couple down in the Texas area. They wanted to phone in and say something real quick. They always got something interesting. How are you two?
Yo, what's going on, boss?
Hey, what's up?
Not much, man. I was just watching a live feed. And that's how everybody talking about first videos and how they caught on and everything like that. And my first video was Nipsey Hussle.
What was that? 2019?
That was 19 March.
That might have been
31st, 2019.
Yeah. Oh, we exposed the hell out of that one.
I was watching a lot of
immediately off the bat
videos with Jonathan and Zach when I
just
first
used to be fucking mind blown because I didn't buy the story in the first place, right?
There was no blood.
Then I had just watched somebody else.
There's no blood.
Posted a video or something. I watched that, and then it led to yours, and I was like, "Whoa, hold up, what?" So I went on your channel and I started backlogging, watching stuff, and I had grown up a lifelong Philadelphia Eagles fan from birth. Right, I was born in South Jersey. I lived in Philadelphia. Always an Eagles fan. I found the video you breaking down the Super Bowl. And no lie, when they won the Super Bowl, which was 2018, I'm telling you, I live in Denver, me, my dad, and my son. So I told my dad 2 weeks before they were going into the second round play. They're going to play the Super Bowl. And he said, what? And I told my cousin this when it went down. I don't know why, but I just knew they were going to win the Super Bowl. So I told him, they're going to win. Let's go to Philly. Let's go for the parade. And he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, yo, let's go. Let's just buy tickets. My grandmother still lives in Jersey. So if they won, cool, we go to the parade, we see my grandmother. If they didn't win, we still go see my grandmother. Right? Still a win-win situation. And sure shit, they won, man. So we flew out there. We literally went to the parade, everything. When I saw the video of you breaking down the Super Bowl, man, I was crushed, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Talk about, like, everything that you lived on, grew up on, just all of it being destroyed in one fell swoop, you know. And I didn't question, like, I'm really true, right? Like, I saw it, but I didn't deny it. Like, damn, like, it resonated within me. And I feel like when people can look at it perspective instead of a subjective perspective, you stay ready to the thing. Again, even if people, like, I've talked to my dad about it, you know, I've talked to family members, they try to tell me that, you know, oh, it's just, you know, comes up to that and said, well, if that's the case, then show me, you know what I mean? Do it. So something lines up. They can never do it, you know what I mean? So this work is special, right? I do believe there's manipulation behind the scenes. I do believe that this shows it more advanced. And I also believe that, you know, what you're doing and what you're putting out there it's basically reading the universe, right? And how this shit's playing out. But it's accentuated when there's manipulation behind the scene, in my opinion.
Well, and I mean, it shows, to me, it shows how rigged the game is, because for people who forget, we had the Eagles to face the Patriots in the Super Bowl in week 3 of that season, thanks to Donald Trump taking on the NFL and its protesters on September 23rd, 23/9. Because I knew right then, I said, well, the flag was sewn at 239 Arch Street in Philly, and that's the 52nd prime, and it's Super Bowl 52. So how perfect would it be for the Eagles with Philadelphia to face the team with the you know, the flag on its helmet? We already knew Brady was going to the Super Bowl from what his box score from the year before in Super Bowl 51, because there was 93 offensive plays ran by New England in Super Bowl 51. That was the 25-point comeback on 2-5 over the Falcons. But Minneapolis is the 93 city, and I mean, how many times have we documented 93 in Minnesota sports before and since that? That's why when you just learn these numbers, you realize it's a system and it's patterns, and these numbers have meaning, and they do have relationships with cities. And yeah, people will say that. They'll say like, oh man, it's just a coincidence, a conspiracy theory. But you did the right thing. You're like, okay, then show me. You show me how to line something up like that. And it's like, dude, for the people who didn't know and thought it was all after the fact, I mean, a ton of people, I mean, a lot of people made a lot of money off this knowledge. It's not what it's all about. But a million people were on that Super Bowl outcome from week 3 on, because we'd been on fire and we weren't missing back then very often. And you know, it landed. So
if you can see it in hindsight, then that means it's also predictable, right?
Exactly. And that's exactly how I started. For people who follow from the beginning, what you just said is 100% correct, because that's how I started. I decoded the past, and I said, so let's start using this to the future. And then sure enough, we were hitting it. So
it's like mathematics, right? In mathematics, it's a closed loop system, right? Everything can be checked. Your work can be verified. You can take your quotient and plug it back into your problem and verify that your work is correct. And that's basically what this is, right? Verifying the work. Yeah, so you see it after the fact.
Can switch up the outcomes as well.
Is it predictable by a single person or even by a team of people? I don't believe so, because there's too much shit, right? There's everything that gets built gets named, buildings, fucking parks, you know, celebrities, all this shit, right? So, but I think that if you have a computer, if whoever is behind the scenes, right, has a computer, and all this information is being input into the computer, and then the computer, they give the computer the parameters, which are the ciphers, and they tell the computer, write me a story, right? Boom, this is how it plays out. And they can write in their end game and say, okay, write me a story that has this type of end game. Boom, the computer plays a story out, right? Then it's up to them to be able to carry out these acts on a daily basis. With sports, it's not hard with officials, officiating, and coaches, right? Even in the NFL, I feel like you all right, so you got your offense and your defense, right? Well, somebody writes up the game plan, because even teams that play each other twice a year, like the Giants and the Eagles are in the same division, they play each other twice a year. Why wouldn't they have the same fucking game plan? It's the same players, same teams, right? But for some reason, each game is a different game plan, right? So if the Eagles coach is on offense and he has a great offensive play, and the Giants coach has a poor defensive play put in, right? Because that's what it tells him to run in that situation, right? Remember situational football, they talk about it all the time. Now all of a sudden, boom, here's a big play for Philadelphia, you get them to score. If the refs know that Philadelphia needs to score, well, guess what? Pass interference, right? If they don't want Philadelphia to score, holding. You get a team in 3rd and 20, chances are they're not going to make a first down. I feel like there is key players, but the guys, right, these guys are blindfolded. They got blinders on. They've been doing this their whole life. That's all they've done is work their ass off to get to this level, right? They still got to make the plays. These dudes are still got to make the catches, right? They still got to take the hits. They still got to make the tackles, right? But you can be manipulated from the outside if you have tunnel vision and you don't know. That's it. That's all you know is football. That's it. You've been told to run these plays, and because you have done these plays or run this script to the best of your ability your whole life, you've made it to this stage. And that's where all those guys are at. You know what I'm saying? But then I feel like there's a few key guys in there that they're like, hey, this is how it's all done. If you go back and watch old football, the shit is clown shit. It's clearly staged. You can go back and watch early football games. The dudes are doing like tricks. Same thing with basketball. Like defense and all that shit was like non-existent back then, right? It was all for the show, right? It was just to put on a show. And now it's developed into this, and I think they control it through the coaches and through the refs, through the game plans and through the referees.
That very well could be, yeah. Interesting thoughts. All right, friend. Well, I appreciate you chiming in tonight.
Yeah.
And
absolutely, man, appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Let me jump in, and I'll keep watching.
All right, take care, man. See you.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. All right, it's getting late out here. If we just each want to go through and just give our closing thoughts, and DK, if you want to call back in, I'll stand by for you to close it out too. But yeah, if we just want to go round robin, we'll go Bentley, Jalen, MRB, Infinite Consciousness, and Jay. So
Jared.
All right, guys. Well,
it's Jared. Yeah, what's up, Jared?
Nothing.
But yeah, Bentley, you can go first.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off here, Zach. I just want to say thanks again, and one more thing there for the new guy. Can you just give the example there for the Nationals as well when they won Game 7 to win the World Series?
Nah, because I'm not really into baseball.
No, if Zach can give the example, Donald Trump and Dave Martinez or something like that. It was.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, Game 7 was exactly 138 days after Trump's birthday, and Donald Trump equals 138, Nationals equals 138, Dave Martinez equals 138, and Trump, when he became president, the inauguration, one of the big stories was that he got rid of the guy who'd done like the last 30 some years of inaugurations, and instead he hired the Nationals announcer. So we had a hunch that the Nationals would win the World Series while Trump was president. But the big clue for that, that was going to be the World Series, that was the year after George H.W. Bush died. He died November 30th, 2018. And the Bush family has connections with the Rangers and the Astros. And all season, they were doing big rituals with the Astros and the Rangers and Skull and Bones. And that year, it was obvious that the Astros were the team in the AL. We were trying to figure out who the team was in the National League. So Dave Martinez, the manager of the Nationals, in his 322nd career game as the manager, he faced the Cleveland Indians. And the thing is, the Skull and Bones, which the Bush family is a member of because they're from New Haven, Connecticut, where Yale and Skull and Bones is. But there's a rumor that Prescott Bush, the father of George H.W. Bush, stole Geronimo's skull. So we said, well, this is interesting that his 322nd game, he's playing the Indians. So I measured that day. I said, let's look at the day Geronimo died. From the day that Geronimo died to that game was 223 days later, which is the 48th prime number. And in that game, the Nationals picked up their 48th home win, beating Cleveland, and Cleveland equals 48. And then the next day had 49-date numerology. They got their 49th win of the season at home, and Washington's 49 forwards. And then the next day they beat Cleveland again and got their 50th home win of the season, and Washington's 50 in reverse. They had to win all those games to get in the playoffs. So we saw right then that if the Nationals played the Astros and beat the Astros in Game 7, it would be 138 days after Trump's birthday. Well, by the time that that became the World Series, it looked even better for that to happen because we saw that if the Astros lost the series to the Nationals, they would have 57 postseason losses as a franchise, and World Series equals 57 and Nationals equals 57. And that's exactly what happened. They lost, and they lost in Game 7, and it was all synced up. And then what's awesome is this year when the Nationals lost, or not the Nationals, when the Astros lost to Atlanta in the World Series, they got their 69th postseason loss all time, and Atlanta equals 69. And if you run World Series the other way around, World Series equals 69 instead of 57. So they got their 57th loss in the World Series versus the Nationals, where Nationals and World Series is 57. And then they got their 69th loss in the postseason against the Atlanta, where Atlanta's 69 and World Series is 69. And then again, that's why for all the people say like, oh, well, you're using all these ciphers. It's like, okay, it's 4 ciphers. And if you look at these 4 ciphers, you're going to see just how scripted sports and news are by them. And you're going to realize these are the 4 ciphers to know because this shit lines up day after day. So
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, brother. I will tune in next week or on another video. You guys have a good night.
Did I explain that well enough? Did you follow what I was saying?
Yeah, I understood completely what you were saying because I believe that I did hear you talking about it one time on live stream when you was going through the your past history, and you said you hit big on that one.
There was a dude who turned a really tiny bill into in several $1,000s because he parlayed that pick. Because they weren't even scheduled to make the playoffs yet, so that had huge odds alone. But then he just put a few gimme games with it, and he turned like a $10 I forget it was like a $10 bill into $5,000 off a parlay, just by taking a handful of gimme games and sticking it with that future. So that's the power of this knowledge.
Yeah.
Prime numbers are always important, man. They're always in connect somehow too. So
and then it just shows how all these rituals are perfect and synced up with history. And then it's like, see, now you don't have to doubt that Prescott Bush stole Geronimo's skull. It's pretty obvious that he did because they're still paying tribute to it in these rigged baseball games.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right,
from
have a good
Canada,
night,
man.
Take care
You
in
guys
Canada.
have a good night, eh?
Yeah. All right, Jalen, your first night with us. I appreciate you coming on. What are your closing thoughts tonight?
Well, first off, I would like to thank you and the rest of the guys for having me on and welcoming me on and trying to teach me and get me up to speed with what you guys, because I'm learning every day. Like I said, this is something fairly new to me, and I'm still trying to get a full understanding of what's really going on myself. But again, this is just to the community. Like, I just joined, but I see all the BS and comments and all that stuff. Like, it is bigger than sports, and it is bigger than what you think it is, because it's actual people who are being messed up out here in the world. And I mean, we don't have to save the world, but we can at least do our part. And everybody that's acquired this knowledge don't actually step up to the plate, then I feel like it's just a waste. So
Indeed.
I'm just here to help however way I can to spread the message.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad we got you here. And you said you're in the Milwaukee, South Chicago area. And I do plan to make a pit stop through there when we go out to New York. So hopefully we can meet up in person.
Yeah, just
and I like educating in the flesh. I find that to be a lot more enjoyable experience. So
yeah, me too. So just shoot me an email and I'll be happy to come down there. No problem at all. No problem.
All right. Oh, I appreciate that too. So I look forward to it. Thank you, Jalen. You have a good night, friend. All right, take care. MRB, you're up.
All right. Well, I think it's funny you had that donation about The Secret, just as an FYI. That's kind of what started my journey when I first found you in early 2019. So I think that just was a synchronicity for me. I thought it was funny. But like everybody else, I'm going to give you a thank you and say thank you for everything that you're doing. And I really appreciate the work when you are putting it out there, of course. I have been working on a version of a codex. So I just wanted to tell you that an Oxford's third edition of a dictionary. It's 2,016 pages. The letter A is 117 pages long, and been trying to plug it into the base ciphers and just give me the 4 values for each word. But I'm besides doing that, I'm trying to write a book about consciousness and the conversation. And somebody was touching on it earlier, kind of the idea that, you know, psychology has kind of shown us that our consciousness is basically interfering with archaic beings of like emotion. So when you're angry and when I'm angry, we're kind of interfacing with the same kind of energies or in whatever emotion it can be. And I think the matrix they're creating makes it very easy to obviously fill into the lower vibrational things. So yeah, that's pretty much the gist of my thing. I'm going to try to be around the community more, and MRB, it really stands for Making Reality Better. And it was an acronym that started off in my childhood from a friend of mine that had passed away. We lived on Moore Road, so it was Moore Road Bandits, and we were a bunch of reckless kids that were anti-authority and doing dumb shit. But I wanted to make it something more, so Making Reality Better kind of became this conversation and community of, you know, the unconditional love idea. Like I should love you as I love myself, and I should give you the time of day and hear you out and try to give you the knowledge that we're trying to spread. And I think Gematria really shows that, you know, this matrix we're living in, and we're speaking it into existence every day. So I really appreciate everything you're doing, and we're trying.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're working on projects too, and I like that MRB, Making Reality Better. R.I.P. to your friend, but yeah, that's an encouraging story. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All right, Jonathan, you're up. Jonathan might be cutting out. Jonathan, can you hear me? Jonathan,
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
It's been weird all night, but I've been. I just want to say thanks for providing this platform on.
Of course, yeah. Thanks for always being here.
I'm just gonna do the song of the week since you titled the to stop the federal agenda or not. I thought that the song of the week would be it's by Kendrick Lamar. Just dropped his new album, and but this is her song. The song is called All Right, and it's by Kendrick Lamar. We're doing the top 500 most important or best hip hop songs of all time. So we're going in reverse order. This is song number 480, and it's Kendrick Lamar. The song is called All Right, and basically All Right provides a moment of hope to Pimps a Butterfly, which is the name of the album it's on. battle to find higher purpose. All Right responds by detailing how Kendrick means by trusting in God, Kendrick is able to look past his failures and have confidence that everything will be okay. We're gonna be all right. On the surface, universal, but the message is driven by specific pain and struggle. Awareness regarding the disproportionate black police brutality against has left many wondering if the U.S. has made any progress toward racial equality. Rather than all right, assures listeners that through solidarity, we're going to be all right. So the song came out in 2015, and they basically made it like the Black Lives Matter protest song. So this song was produced by Williams and sound. So he just comes in, Kendrick Lamar. He goes, "My life, I had to fight, nigga, all my life, hard times like y'all." He's just talking at first. Right, I'm fucked up, homie. You fucked up, but if God got us, we gonna be all right. And then Pharrell comes, "We gonna be all right, nigga. We gonna be all right." The comes in on his first verse, and he says, "Oh, when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. But homicide be looking at you from face down. What Mac 11 even boom with the bass down, scheming and let me. If painkillers only put me in the twilight. Pretty pussy and Benjamin the highlight. Now tell my mama I love her, but this what I like." So he's just basically talking about, like uh being in the entertainment industry, you know, eh, money and obviously a lot of what they talk about, money and sex. So Lord knows 20 of them in my Chevy tell them to come and get me everything I sold. So my car, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a motherfucking gangster in silence for the record. I'll tell the world I know it's too late. Boys and girls, I devices all drown into devices all day. Please believe when I say. And then the pre-chorus comes in. When you know we've been hurt, been down before. Proud. Nigga, and we hate po-po. Killers in the dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's though. My knees getting weak. Oh, but we gonna be all right. So he's just basically talking about how like we're at this. This was in 2015, so we're at this time where like we're just desperate. We're just fed up with all the bullshit, and like, what are we gonna do about it? Like, like. So this was like a positive song because it was just like. And one point now, that's why I think the song is relevant. It's like this is like the point of no return. Like, what, right? So then the chorus comes in. Oh, he goes, "Nigga, we gonna be all right." Right? He goes on and on there, and he goes, "What you want? A house? You 40 acres and a mule, a piano, a guitar, anything. See, my name is Lucy. I'm your dog." So Lucy is obviously the devil. So he's just letting you know the record industry is very satanic. So you have Lucy here saying, "What do you want? A house, a car?" Song, Damien, when Damien give you everything, you're gonna be this nigga in the world. And he says it on the song, and what happened? DMX ended up being like one of the biggest rappers of all time. He sold over 75 million records, and so
Well,
this
it's
is
like
kind of
Snoop
like the
Dogg and
same.
Murder Was the Case too, right? He also makes the deal with the devil in that song. So
Yeah, and think right, and Snoop is obviously the most famous rapper of all time. I mean, if obviously that's an opinion, but you know, I don't know like of a bigger rapper other than Snoop. I mean, everybody knows who Snoop is. So, so he's son, what do you want? A house, a car, piano, a guitar, anything. My name is Lucy. I'm your dog, motherfucker. You can live at the mall. I can see the evil. I can tell it. I know it's illegal. I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero. See, and that's like the part right there where this is such a real line, because it's like people see the evil in the world, but they still, or they see the evil in the rap game, but they still gonna sign the contract because they're so desperate for that clout and that fame and the money, you know, and the sex, everything. It's just the same reason people want to go to the NFL or the NBA. But so he's saying, I can see the evil, I can tell it, I know it's illegal, I know this is, I see the evil, but he goes, I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero. So he's like, fuck it, as long as I'm getting paid. And that's a problem with the world, because people are just like, how are we going to change the world when people are just concerned with going to work? They're just thinking of, and I understand, because people have to pay bills, they got kids, you know. So then he goes, thinking of my partner, put the candy painted on the regal, digging in my pocket, ain't a profit big enough to feed you. Every day my logic, get another dollar just to keep you in the presence of your Chico. I don't talk about it, be about it. Every day I sequel. If I got it, then you know you got it. Heaven, I can reach you. Pat dog, pat dog, pat dog, my dog. That's all. Big back and Chad. I trapped the bag for y'all. I rap, I black on track, so rest assured, my rights, my wrongs, I write till I'm right with God. So at the end, he's like, okay, you know, I made this deal with the devil, but at the end, he tries to clean it up and say, well, you know, I did take the money and the fame, but at the end, he goes, my rights, my wrongs, and I write till I'm right with God. So he knows he made the devil, but I mean, like, at least try to make it right with God, you know? So he tries to clean it up at the end. So then it goes back to the chorus. When you know we've been hurt, we've been down before, nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate Po-Po, want to kill us dead in the street for show. And that was the point, because it was every other, seems like every other month, police was killing a black man in 2015. So that's the part right there that relates to that. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's door, my knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gonna be all right. And Pharrell comes in back with the hook, and then the outro is Kendrick Lamar and Thundercat, and he goes, I keep my head up high, cross my heart, and hope to die. Loving me is complicated, too afraid of a lot of changes. I'm a right and you're a favorite. Dark nights in my prayers. And then at the last part of the song is Kendrick doing a poem, and he goes, I remember you was conflicted, misusing your influence. Sometimes I did the same, abusing my power, full of resentment. Resentment that turned into a deep depression. Found myself screaming in the hotel room. I didn't want to self-destruct. The evils of Lucy was all around me. So I went running for answers. So that's the end of the song.
Yeah, and like you said, back then in 2015, I mean, that's what they were pounding us with. It wasn't COVID back then, but it was racially divisive shootings. And I remember back then I was telling people, I was like, it's obvious that the purpose of this is they're trying to get people to divide amongst race, and it's like they're almost like they're trying to start a race war. And a lot of people would leave comments, say like, yeah, they can try to start it all they want, but it's never going to happen. And I said, I hear what you're saying, but if they figure out a way to make things worse for America and people finding themselves in a really desperate situation and they're still provoking us, I said, I mean, you know, it could eventually happen. And I think a lot of people left comments back then saying that it could never happen. They might feel a little bit different about that now as time's gone on, and people just keep getting into uglier and uglier situations. So, I think eventually it will happen. Eventually things will get at the trajectory we're going. Eventually things will get so bad here that, you know, the things that didn't seem fathomable 15, 20 years ago, they will happen. And again, it's just like Hollywood putting out that movie 2025 Lockdown, where society breaks out in an all-out race war in the middle of some other kind of chaotic thing happening. So
The
it's
Verges.
trying to take us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you.
That's, I mean, if we don't stop the agendas, it's going to get uglier than anyone thought could ever happen. And it's just like things that were unimaginable 20 years ago are happening. If I would have told you 20 years ago we'd be arguing on TV and in society if guys should be able to compete with girls in college sports, they'll be like, "Come on, man, it's never going to happen." Well,
Right.
it's happening. So,
right.
all right. We also got Jared Bailey versus the World, who's checked in, and D26 has been trying to get in all night, but he keeps dropping out. I don't know if he's having an internet problem or what, but Jared, you got some closing words for us tonight?
Yep. Ooh, I get to cap off the show, huh?
Indeed.
Well, first off, to the lady that called earlier, that was asking the why questions. I've coming from someone who's look back at his life and realize like so many synchronicities and everything, like I've thought about a lot, and I'm convinced that there's really no words in our language to even describe how these things happen. You know what I mean? Let alone why, and as the question why it happens in your life, that's not anything that anybody else is going to be able to answer for you. It's just one of those things. But as far as the topic of the show, like among the good things that, getting offline and meeting up in person, in my opinion, they had to, force them to show their hand a little bit, and that even despite the game being rigged in their favor, like their hand isn't quite as good as they make out. There's a lot of perception management. And, if they weren't worried about us catching up to them like we are, they wouldn't be censoring or doing all the sleazy things that they do online. So just they got all the power and influence, money, blah blah blah, but it's all built on lies. Ergo, it's hangs by a thread as well. So anyway, that's all.
Exactly. Their whole power structure is built on lies, and they're worried we're going to tip over the domino that's going to knock them all over, and I think we would. That's why they got to continually censor us and do everything else that they do. So, I mean, they really do put a lot of energy into undermining people who are looking for the truth, creating terms, conspiracy theorist, making jokes about it in sitcoms all the time, movies, even. I mean, you're watching ESPN, they're making jokes about conspiracy theorists. I mean, that they got to keep these cultural stereotypes and beliefs going, but yeah, they can all be popped and exposed for what they are. So yeah, I think your point is well said.
And there's a lot of people that may not ever understand it at the level that we do, but yeah, there's I think a lot more people than we think that know something's wrong and would agree with us. But yeah,
I would say, Jared, that anybody can understand it at the level we do. I think it's that ego comment that the person made earlier, for our friend from Canada, how people's egos keeping them from seeing the same things that we see. They don't want to admit what's so obvious to us. And it's because they're more invested in the lies. We're not invested in the lies. They're invested in the lies. We're not. So,
right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So.
In any case, have a good night. Good show. Good hearing everyone.
All right, Jared. Appreciate you always making the contributions. Jared Bailey versus the World. Be sure to check out his channel on YouTube. Thanks, Jared.
All right. Good night.
All right, take care, man. D26, you've been having trouble getting connected tonight. What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. So, can you hear me by any chance?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Will? I guess there is a lot of background noise.
It's not perfect, but I can hear you.
All right, I'm at a metro station right now. That's fine. So I gotta make you aware about something. That do you know there is a tag on your book on the Amazon website that if you check out your book, they have added a sticker on that page that you can find the true information on WHO website or something like that. So did you know about that?
Wait, they add a sticker to the book that is what?
Not a sticker to the book, but the sticker to the page where your book is on the Amazon website. It's something like you get a card whenever you mention New World or in a YouTube video, you get a notification below the video, right?
Oh, Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, if I like write COVID-19 in the title, it'll give me like the Wikipedia for COVID-19.
So they have added that to your book on the Indian Amazon website. I don't know
Wait,
if it's
I'm trying to look for that. Hold on.
but it's there. If you don't get it on the US website, I will take a screenshot on the Indian website and also send it to you. The other thing was that there was a good
Oh
gentleman.
yeah. All right, hold on. Are you talking about how it has a blue banner there that says for the latest information on COVID-19 and vaccines, please visit the Centers for Disease and Control?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
that's
see
what I was
that.
talking.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
But did you know that? I guess
I
that was
never
not
noticed
there
that
last
before.
year.
Yeah, I think that's new.
Okay, so that means it's also
See
there in
that.
the US.
That's crazy.
So that's how desperate they are.
Yeah, that's funny.
The other thing is that there was a good gentleman on Twitter. He was asking questions about the 201 and as well as the Pythagorean cipher. So there were a couple of us on Twitter who helped that guy. Someone also shared your book to that person. The other thing was that I was not able to share or I was not able to tweet your website on Twitter. It would always fail. I tried 7 or 8 times. It would always fail. I could not type in GematriaEffectNews on Twitter, and I could not tweet it. Every time it would fail. And after that, what I tried was I wrote Gematria Effect space.news so that I don't get a link, right? After that, I guess that went well. That got tweeted right away. But with that link, default link, it would not tweet, at least from my phone, for some reasons. I don't know why. The other thing is that remember what I was making the point in the previous team about November 9th. Well, on November 9, 2001, during the Bush presidency, there was something called World Freedom Day. Did you know about that? So that is about something about commemorating the fall of the Berlin Wall. If you can look it that up. I'm at the station, so I don't have my PC with me at the moment, but and also I'm like probably choking my phone. It's like that's the reason I was not able to join you guys was earlier was because of the bad reception over here. I was traveling, that's why.
The World Freedom Day. So I just looked it up. So George W. Bush declared it a new thing on November 9th, 2001. So shortly after September 11th as well. But yeah, it was in tribute to the Berlin Wall falling on that day in '89.
So I guess that date is going to get that is going to be the next 9/11. What I would think of, because again it's 9/11 the other way around. There are only 2 dates which can be said as 9/11: September 11 and November 9. And if you also write September, hold on, there's an announcement going on. Hold on. All right. So if you also write out the next 9/11, that equals 201. If you remember that phrase, the next 9 that equals 201. And I recently made a comment about the first Marvel demon, as mentioned in the recent Doctor Strange movie, the Thorn, that equals 201 in the Jewish gematria, and the entire movie is focused about a book that is called The Dark Hole, which is the Book of the Damned in the comics as well as in the movie. And that equals, in Jewish gematria, that equals 177. So it's more, even the movie has that. And Benedict Cumberbatch, the actor who plays Doctor Strange, he is born on the 201st day of the leap year of 1976. So that was 19th of July, 1976. And also Dr. Strange equals 56. Professor X equals 56. Sorry. There's something else which I was missing recently.
What's else is interesting about that date is that's 200 years after the establishment of the country and the Illuminati, and it's 200 years and change, so it'd be the 201st year since their establishment.
Oh, okay. I didn't know about that. Okay, this is one more thing I just came with my. I'm going purely through my memory because I can't even uh, change the tabs in my phone. I'm using a 6-year-old phone, by the way. I have a good PC. I miss my PC, by the way. So uh, there was something regarding Hillary Clinton. She got COVID on March 22nd, the Skull and Bones Day,
Uh-huh.
earlier this year. The
I
same
remember.
day Jen Psaki,
Right.
same day Jen Psaki contracted COVID at age 43. Well, that was 311 days after the anniversary of Claydex, May
Hmm.
15th, 2021, third year anniversary, and third equals 201 in Jewish Gematria. Not this might be shocking because March 22nd, 2022 was 201 weeks after Clade X itself, May 15, 2018.
Oh, wow. That's
201
a good
weeks.
catch. I just noticed the other day that because 2020 was a leap year, that meant that when Trump declared Operation Warp Speed on May 15th, that was Bill Gates's 201st day of his age as well.
Exactly, and today is the 21st day of his age and elite because over here it's what's it?
It's
11
already May
a.m.
16th where you are, right?
And it's 11 a.m. So I made a post about that on Free to Find. I made a post about that on Free to Find Truth. If you can look that up, that was about a month ago, and I made it some prediction about next 16th of May. There might be some black ritual, killing of a black man or something like that. Regarding May, it's also an eclipse. It's the lunar eclipse on 16th of May, the first of the two lunar eclipse in this year. The second one is on November 8th. I guess that is the day when in history Donald Trump won the election, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
The
it
15th
is.
election. It is also the day Donald Trump won the election was the same day in India we had the demonetization, which is the overnight the Prime Minister made the two denominations of the Indian currency as illegal, or not illegal. Also, it's a null and void. So they do not mean that is what it's called, demonetization. Just Google that on the Wikipedia or something like that on the internet. Uh, I was missing something else. I can't remember that. But yeah, 201 weeks, a duration of 201 weeks. That equals 3 years and 311 days. And 311 is the octal of 201.
That was a great catch. Yeah, it's a very good catch.
There was something else as well. I can't remember anyways. But yeah, that's it for episode just for today. I don't have the PC. I don't have anything. It's just going purely for memories.
All right, D26. Well, I appreciate you making the effort to get on the stream. It's always great to hear from you, and have a safe trip.
Right. Yep. See ya.
All right, you have a good day. And DK Stonewood's still here with us. Sorry for making you wait so long, man, but you're going to get the closing word tonight, DK.
No, that was perfect. That's what I was kind of hoping for. Where is that guy? At the Grand Central Market, Mumbai?
Yeah, something like that, indeed.
That's awesome. Freaking guys in Mumbai has got perfect reception. I can't connect.
That's what I was thinking the same thing, man. He has the best reception out of everybody tonight.
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
As you were talking, from my research, what I've heard is the reason these guys call themselves Skull and Bones is because they get they always collect the skulls and the bones of their best enemies. So like I've heard that the Vatican has Jesus's body still amongst all the other treasures that they got in their catacombs down there, like the gold covered tops of the Egyptian pyramids that they stole and stuff like that. So any ones that they don't have, like that would be like in a museum or something, they try to steal, which that they go everywhere and steal. The first thing they do is rob all the antiquities in museums. You notice when they went into Iraq or when they go into Syria, they just go into these old ancient cities and steal shit, So these are the same tomb robbers from ancient Egypt that are still running the show, the same black magic cults.
A lot of young people might not know that, but yeah, when those wars popped off in the Middle East, the first thing that happened was the museums got robbed and looted. First thing, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you remember the movie Predator original with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Stick around. Yeah. Jesse Ventura.
Remember what the Predator was actually looking for? What was he doing? He was collecting skulls. You remember?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Anyway, I was gonna talk about Led Zeppelin's "Immigrant Song" and get into the lyrics, how it's literally the cabal talking to us. But since Jonathan did lyrics of a song, I'm gonna go do something else that I think will be really fun to take the show out with, and kind of like a prelude and advertisement for Jeff's show next week. There's a little science experiment. The whole thing is like 1:20, but all we have to do is play like 10-20 seconds of it. You can play the audio, play it loud, as a matter of fact, so people can see what's going on. It's a sound experiment. I just sent you the email with a video on it. It's labeled Pyro.
Okay. I imagine you sent it to my email?
Yeah, I sent it to your email, yeah.
All right, I'm going there right now.
I sent you 2, but play the Pyro one first.
Pyro board 20 Rubens.
Yeah, 2D.
You ready? Go.
Hold on, I gotta change my audio settings so they can hear it real quick.
I was gonna say I heard that really loud. Okay.
Well, maybe it was coming through all right. Hold on. We'll try it out like this.
I don't see it on screen though.
No, I'll put it. Oh, here, I'll put it up on screen too. Yeah, you're right. I got to do that also. All right, 1 second here. Almost got it. All right, here we go.
You ready? Go.
This isn't a copyright song, is it?
No, they're just digitally getting the stuff like, fake stuff from the internet.
Okay.
So what's happening here is instead of sand on a plate that's vibrating, they're doing it with fire. And as you can see, the fire's changing shapes depending on what frequency the bass hits, which they got the bass tubes. If later on, if you let the video play more, they turn on the lights in the room, you can see they got like the actual speakers connected to this pyro board, which is what's generating the sacred geometric patterns on. So it just shows you what sound can do to matter. It can move around sound. It can move around fire. And then if you can't go to your email again, and the other one that talks about, it's another one that same thing. It's like a minute long. We'll only need to play like 20 seconds of it. It says crickets. Hopefully Jeff watches the end of the show here, so he was pretty interested in some of the videos that I played in prior shows when he was on. So maybe this will inspire him a little bit to go into it as well.
All right, here I got the crickets right here.
Okay, so what happened here is, when you go into the forest and you hear crickets, it's just like, I'll let it play right now.
Here we go.
So actually, crickets are vibrating way higher than us as human beings. This is crickets slowed down 800 times, nothing else added, and it just sounds like an orchestra, better than Beethoven. So they're actually talking and singing in the forest at night all together, but we're vibrating so low we can't read the signal that's coming out. It just sounds like neat, 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 like the thing you put, like I have on my phone, the crickets when somebody sends me a text, right?
Sure.
So, but when you slow it down to a frequency, the guy calculated like how long a human life is compared to it, and then he adjusted for it. It was like 800 times. So he slowed it down 800 times, and it's like more perfect than like Beethoven's like Sixth Symphony. It's got like 4 different things within like classical music that's like super hard to put into like one arrangement, So anyway, just a little cymatics or lesson or experiment to show people. So next week when Jeff gets into his sound and sacred geometry, people will understand what this stuff is really coming from and how important it is, and that everything's actually coming from sound. We're so detuned.
Sure. All right, so I should play the rest of this one.
Oh, you could. I don't know how much of it was heard already, but yeah, you play like 20-30 seconds of it. You can hear right away. There's nothing added to this, by the way. Even though it sounds like there's things added, it's crickets like how we would hear them, and in the background, overlaid over the background, over crickets slowed down 800 times in the forest.
Okay, I think it's about to slow it down right here. I think it's about to happen. So here we go. Huh. That is crazy. It makes me want to do it myself, but it's sad. When I was growing up, man, it was so easy to hear crickets. They were everywhere. Now I feel like I have to be in just the right spot at just the right time to ever hear any crickets. So,
well, that just shows you we're tuned down below crickets. You know what I'm saying? So when you see how people are dumb, they're dumber than crickets. That's for sure, because we can't understand what the crickets are saying. At one point we could communicate with all the beings in nature, like before the tune down 26,000 years ago, or AKA the knowledge of good and evil. So we were able to be, we would walk through the jungle and we were the real king of the jungle. A lion wouldn't eat us because we could telepathically communicate with it. And just tell you, calm down, just walking through here. Don't get excited. I'm not trying to, get into your territory or anything, and I'm not your food. And we could communicate with the plants and all that stuff. There was people who allegedly would just go out where like vegetables were growing, and they would just absorb the chlorophyll from like the frequency of the vegetables outside, or just from being around them, just standing in the garden. And they kind of show us that a little bit in a few movies where, like a girl will go out into the garden to be healed from some certain disease. I couldn't remember what it was, but anyway, yeah. That's about all I had for tonight. It's getting late here, even for us on the Pacific Coast.
Indeed. Well, I appreciate it. Interesting as always, DK. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night, Tom.
All right. Yeah. Take care, man. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
All right, Truth Seekers. I think that's a full show. And Jeff Young will be back next week. Again, he had a unexpected reunion with his old bandmates, so they were busy the last 2 weeks. And yeah, we'll do that as a public show. And then again, I think I'm going to start doing the Sunday show for the Patreon people only, because a lot of people on Patreon are saying, Zach, you don't do enough for just us on Patreon. I like to put all the information out for everybody. But yeah, if we do the Sunday show for Patreon people only, then, maybe it'll make more people willing to phone in, because I do appreciate the people are calling in, and we are getting some new people each week, but it's also, I want there to be more new people. So I'm thinking maybe if we go Patreon only, we'll actually get more new people. We'll find out. But next week we will do it public. And yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing about this community, just like the diversity of it. We got people all over the world. We got Jeff Young, former guitarist of Megadeth. I mean, we got a very diverse community. And again, you don't know what the show's going to bring from one week to the next. And this gentleman's been calling in all night, but I'll let him have it. All right, Fred. What is it? What's burning that you got to call in the back about? What is it?
Sorry, man. I know I'm pretty trying to get your attention, email and everything, but that date I was talking about earlier, it's actually today.
Right.
And 9/11 of this year, they have the same numerology numbers.
Right. I saw that. I
And what's
responded to your
interesting-
email. Right?
Oh, yeah, but I just wanted to tell you more because I wanted to hear your feedback,
Okay.
Today, was the eclipse. Earlier it was all red and then disappeared. And that was pretty cool. But when someone was talking about number 21 earlier, type in secret societies with an S on the end.
Today's 119 days. Today's 119 days to September 11th, right? 119. So it's a lot like the date.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to mention that, and it's 17 weeks. If you notice on those numerologies, they both have a 26 and a 62 and a 17. Am I right on that?
Yeah, today and
is it
September 11th have the same date numerology.
26 is associated with God, and 17 as well.
Uh-huh.
I was just wondering what you thought of that, if it has to do with 9/11. But yeah, if you type in secret societies, you get a 231, which is the 18th, 21st.
21st triangular number. 231 is the 21st triangular number.
Yeah, and someone was talking about 21 earlier, a while back. And to the woman earlier on in the show that was asking all those questions about why this, why that. Remember that woman?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So in case she hears this, I want her to know if she looks up the guy named Meyer Rothschild his name is spelled Mayer. He was like, you know, a Rothschild. He had a 25-point plan for world domination in 1770, and I'm pretty sure he was like part of like the Illuminati. So that's why they're doing all this. If you look at this 25-point plan of world domination, we're right towards like the middle, towards the end of what all those checkpoints are. That so, and also another quick point. If you look at the number F, I was thinking how it's number 6, you know, and I typed in F 11 times on the Gematria calculator. We just do that. Just type in F 11 times in a row. Look at the numbers.
F 11 times in a row?
Yeah.
Well, it'd just be whatever the Gematria value is times 11. F.
Yeah, but it gives you like a 33, some 66s, and a 231, and it matches with secret societies with the 231. But I just thought it's interesting that they might associate 6 with like evil and 11 with master numbers. So I was going to look at the matches on that, and that's where I found secret societies. So
okay.
Also, if you do the span of days for that from today till 9/11, I think that would make it 17 weeks in one day, right? Well, that would be represented as number 171, and that's the 18th triangular number. Which didn't you say 18 is a number associated with chaos?
No, 19 is the number of chaos.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, anyway, I appreciate it, Fred. We'll wrap it up, man. It's been a good long show. Thanks, man.
All right. Thanks, man. Bye.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. We will be back next Sunday. Jeff Young will be back with another guitar lesson. A lot of people appreciated his guitar lesson. And then when he's done with the lesson, you know, we'll have everybody else call in and we'll do the rest of the show. And I imagine Jeff will probably be ready to go about 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern. So we should start it right about then. And yeah, we'll leave it there for now, True Seeker. Thanks to everyone who hit the like and the share. Thank you to the super chatters. And by the way, Jesuit Order World News. I haven't even read the book, but I will look into it. The Secret. So one of the gentlemen who was part of the stream tonight said that book got him started. But all right, we'll leave it there. Have a good night, all. If you're in the other part of the world, have a good day. And I'm sure I'll be back before long. See what they got for us tomorrow. Till next time.